Chairman.
Good morning. Thanks everyone for being patient with the space as we renovate our larger courtroom. I think it's going to work out okay. We are on the record in the matter of electronic application of Kentucky Power Company for an order approving the terms and conditions of the renewable energy purchase agreement for solar energy resources between Kentucky Power Company and Bright Mountain Solar LLC. Authorization to enter into the agreement, recovery of costs through tariff PPA, approval of accounting practices to establish a regulatory asset, and all other required approvals and relief. My name's Angie Hatton. I'm Chair of the Kentucky Public Service Commission, and joining me today are Commissioner Mary Pat Regan and John Will Stacy. If you have a cellular telephone, please turn them off or set them to silent mode. I'm just going to preach real quick. All right. The hearing today is for the purpose of taking evidence in this matter. First, we'll have entrance of appearance of counsel. Please identify your witnesses as well for the applicant.
Good morning, Your Honor. Katie Glass and Ken Gish and Harley Havens from Stites and Harbison on behalf of Kentucky Power Company. Also attending but not entering an appearance is in-house counsel for AEP, Kristen Blend. Our witnesses are Tanner Wolfram, Zachary Yetzer, and Nicole Kuhn.
Thank you. And for the Attorney General's office.
Mike West for the Attorney General's office. I'd like to introduce Colin Lacey as well. He's a new attorney with our office, although he's not entering an appearance in this case. And our witnesses, Lane Collin and Leo Wellborn, who we are jointly sponsoring with KIUC.
Okay, and for KIUC.
Good morning, Your Honors. Mike Kurtz, Jody Kyler Cohn for KIUC.
Good morning. And for Commission staff.
Good morning, Chair. Jurgens Sale, Mariah Tussey, and then Brian Williams will also be joining us. And we have John Long sitting with us today.
Okay. All right. I've been advised that public notice has been given and filed into the record. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are there any outstanding motions?
There are 9 confidential motions that staff is currently addressing, but there should be no other outstanding motions we're aware of.
Any others? Okay. At this time, we will allow anyone who is here to give public comment time to come forward. Okay. And I've not been notified of anybody waiting online to give public comment. I'll remind everyone that written comments may always be submitted by sending an email to psc.comment@ky.gov. And let the record show that the instructions and link to provide public comments have been posted on our website for at least a past day. Is anybody aware of any public comment requests? Okay. Okay, and we'll move to presentation of evidence. And counsel for the applicant, you may call your first.
Kentucky Power calls Tanner Wolfram.
Good morning, Mr. Wolfram.
Good morning.
You've already raised your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. And tell us your full name and address, business address for the record.
My name is Tanner Scott Wolfram. My business address is 1645 Winchester Avenue, Ashland, Kentucky.
Okay, and as far as questioning order today, after applicant, Attorney General, and then KIUC, is that
Yes.
okay with everybody and then staff? Okay.
Yes.
Counsel may ask.
Thank you. Mr. Wolfram, can you please state your employer and your position?
My employer is Kentucky Power Company. My position is Director of Regulatory Services.
Thank you. And did you cause to be filed into the record of this case direct and rebuttal testimony and responses to data requests?
I did.
Do you have any updates or corrections to any of that information?
Yes, I have a few minor corrections. The first is on page 6 of my direct testimony in lines 12. I apparently inserted a extra I in the word analyzes, so it would just be to correct the spelling of that. The next one is on page 11, line 12 of my direct testimony. The word construction needs an S, so it would just be to correct the spelling of construction. And then I sponsored a data request. It was staff's first set, question 5. In the second paragraph within the parentheses, it currently reads $83.26 per megawatt hour. That should be $83.68 per megawatt hour.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any other corrections?
I do not.
And subject to those corrections, if I were to ask you those same questions today, would your responses be the same?
They would be.
Thank you. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Mr. West?
Hi, Mr. Wolfram, how are you doing?
Doing well, how are you?
So on page 5 of your direct testimony, you state that Kentucky Power has a need for 713 megawatts of capacity starting in 28. Is that correct?
You said on page 5 of my testimony?
Yeah, I believe so.
I believe it's page 4.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
okay. So starting, yeah, so my direct testimony there states that the company's 2022 IRP identified a need for 115 megawatts of capacity beginning in 26, 66 megawatts in 27, and then about 713 megawatts of capacity in 2028.
Okay. And so is the PPA that the commission is reviewing today a first step in addressing that need? Is that how it's characterized within your testimony?
Yes, the company's proposal here is part of the company's overall generation transformation that it is currently evaluating and undergoing, and this is part of the overall generation portfolio we plan to use to address our energy and capacity needs moving forward.
So how much of that capacity need will this proposal address?
So this project's accredited capacity, and I can turn to page 7 of my direct testimony on line 19. This project represents approximately 4.8 megawatts of accredited capacity.
And isn't the facility an 80 megawatt facility?
Nameplated is 80 megawatts, yes.
Yeah. So can you explain to me why it's only offering 4.8 megawatts of capacity benefit?
Sure, so the 4.8 megawatts of accredited capacity relates to the ELCC accreditation at PJM. So because of the resource type, one, that it's solar, and second, because it is a fixed tilt asset that, and it comes online in 2027, that you look at the ELCC accreditation, that gives you a percentage of nameplate that goes to the accredited capacity. And I think company witness Kuhn provided the PJM ELCC accreditation for a similar type of projects in a data request, I believe.
Okay. So part of that analysis with the ELCC and the value of 4.8 is that you can only effectively rely on solar resources to a certain extent, and then you get diminishing returns because they can't serve load 24/7. Is that part of that analysis?
I'm pausing around the diminishing returns part of that question. Again, the ELCC contemplates the ability of the resource to generate, given the solar type of resource, it would obviously, the resource is going to produce while the sun is shining. And so the ELCC accreditation accounts for the fact that that resource would not be generating when the sun is not shining.
Thank you. Are ELCC values in PJM projected to decline over the future?
Are you asking specifically related to fixed tilt
Yes.
solars? I don't know off the top of my head, but I do believe that the data request does provide an outward look. I just don't know off the top of my head whether those increase or decrease, but I'd be happy to take a look if there's a specific reference.
Subject to check, I don't have a specific reference, but subject to check, if those values were to decline, how would that affect the 4.8 megawatts of value that's assumed here?
Assuming that the ELCC accreditation were to decline, then the accredited capacity would also decline in that PJM planning year.
Okay. So the 713 megawatts of need in 28 that you mentioned earlier, minus 4.8 megawatts leaves 708.2 megawatts remaining, correct?
I will note that I am an attorney by trade, but that math does sound sound.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm not going to ask you to go into any specifics, but does Kentucky Power, or what are some of the ways Kentucky Power is contemplating to address this remaining 700 megawatts of need?
Sure, so I think as we've noted throughout this docket, the company is continuing to evaluate other resources that were bid into the company's RFP, specifically the thermal resources portion of the RFP. So we continue to evaluate options there, and then based on our evaluation, we would make a recommendation from some grouping of projects to meet the energy and capacity needs that the company has.
Okay. And to take a step back, the 713 megawatts of need, a lot of that is driven by losing access to the Mitchell capacity, correct?
Yes. So the IRP currently contemplates Mitchell, Kentucky Power's interest in Mitchell terminating in 2028.
Yeah. So, again, not to get into specifics, but is it possible that Kentucky Power retains some interest in Mitchell?
I don't know sitting here today, whether or not it's possible, but it's something that we would certainly evaluate.
But if it's possible, how much of the capacity need would remaining as a part attached to Mitchell provide in addressing the 700 megawatt need?
I'd have to do the calculation in terms of, what the ELCC accreditation on Mitchell would be. Again, it's a 790 megawatt nameplate capacity. I don't know off the top of my head what the ELCC accreditation is, but some portion of that 790 megawatts would go to serving that 713 megawatt need.
Mitchell's a coal facility, so the ELCC values for coal facilities are much higher than those for solar, correct? So we're talking 600-700 megawatts roughly.
Again, I don't have that math off the top of my head, but
Is it possible that Kentucky Power acquires capacity from other thermal resources, whether through the PPA or other means?
the company is continuing to evaluate the thermal PPA bids that were made as part of its 2023 RFP process, yes.
Yes. The answer is yes. Did you say yes?
We're still evaluating, yes.
Okay. If Kentucky Power ends up acquiring such resources, could that provide 600, 700, 800 megawatts of capacity?
I don't know that I could, specifically give you a number on the accredited capacity associated with any facility. Again, it would depend on what facility we ultimately selected. There are quite a few thermal resources that were bid into the PPA or the RFP process that we're evaluating. And so it would largely depend on the asset that was selected, the type of thermal asset, whether it's a CT or a CC, those type of things. So it would largely depend on what asset was ultimately selected.
So is it fair to sum up that Kentucky Power, how Kentucky Power will address this remaining need is uncertain at this time?
The company understands the commission's directive that the commission expects the company to have owned or contracted for generation to serve its load, and so we are taking steps to ensure that we can meet that commission directive and best serve our customers. This is just the first step in that overall process, the Bright Mountain project, that is.
Is one of the tests for the commission to consider here whether this resource represents wasteful duplication?
My understanding, as I described in my direct testimony, is the commission does analyze whether or not this REPA would result in wasteful duplication as part of their overall review of the project, yes.
Okay, so again, understand that we're not math experts here, but 708.2 megawatts of capacity that would be left unaddressed by this proposal divided by 713 megawatts of need is 99.3% roughly. So I guess my question is, if the commission has been provided with no certainty about how Kentucky Power will address the 99.3% of capacity need, isn't it possible that this 4.8 megawatt project could end up becoming wasteful and duplicative?
Well, I don't view it that way, and there's a couple reasons. One, The company had evaluated, and company witness Yetzer can speak on this a little bit more, but at the time that it did shortlist the Bright Mountain facility, it did have other projects that it had planned to, or that it did shortlist that it was going potentially to bring forward to this commission, and ultimately two of those projects, either had to withdraw from the process or had to reprice, and then those projects weren't ultimately selected. So the company did attempt to move forward to address most of the energy and capacity needs that it had identified, but given some of the uncertainty around the EPA regulation, specifically the final rule for 111D, the company had to take additional steps to evaluate those thermal resources beyond the timing that this project was on, and given the timing, there was risk that the company could either lose this project or that the price of this project could potentially increase if it had to wait on the evaluation of the other thermal resources. And so the company made the decision to move forward with this project on the timeline that it did to ensure that it had this resource to serve customers. I also don't think, when you're looking at the company's total portfolio as it exists now, we are 100% fossil-based. I think my understanding from the Commission's past orders is the Commission recognizes the benefit of having some resource diversity within a utilities generation portfolio, and this asset allows us to have some resource diversity, allows us to have potential economic development opportunities. And so I don't believe that, to the extent the Commission were to approve this project goes into service, and then the company potentially brings forward an additional project, that this project becomes quote-unquote wasteful duplication. I think this project stands on its own, and I think we've put the evidence forward to demonstrate that this project is the right project to serve customers.
Okay. I want to move on a little bit, but I think it relates to something you just said. You mentioned economic development.
Sure.
So is a part of the justification for the necessity of this project that certain business or industrial ratepayers may demand clean energy?
My understanding, and again, I believe Company Witness Kuhn can give you some further details, given her experience across specifically the other AEP East affiliate companies, but we have had interactions with customers that, are looking for, renewable power to locate within the service territory. I think that's not just for Kentucky Power, it's across the, AEP East footprint, from my understanding.
Okay. And does Kentucky Power have a green tariff?
We have tariff RPO.
Can you explain what that is?
Sure. So tariff RPO is a renewable power option rider. Under tariff RPO, there's two options. Under option A, functionally, once the company is subscribed to a certain point, the company would go out and acquire RECs for participating customers. Then under option B, the company can contract with, let's say, a larger customer over 1,000 kW for purchase of renewable supply and renewable energy credits.
Okay. So if a specific business or industrial customer wants to contract for renewable energy, they can do that through your existing tariff options, correct?
They could, but currently, the Bright Mountain facility would give us the option under option B to have a resource located within our service territory that we are contracted for, to give customers an option to buy that output and the renewable energy credits associated with that facility.
You mentioned RECs. Can you describe what a REC is?
Sure. So REC is a renewable energy credit. It's functionally a certificate that corporations or industrial customers can use to meet environmental sustainability goals that they may have, or if they have other green initiatives for them to use to meet those goals.
Okay. But just so I understand, make sure we're on the same page, when a REC is sold to a business, for instance, it's typically purchased so that they can offset non-clean energy elsewhere, right? Or possibly, in some circumstances.
Yeah, I think it's specific circumstances, but it can be used to do that.
Okay. Part of the analysis here was that the sale of the RECs associated with this project would reduce but not eliminate the costs associated with it, correct?
Correct. The REPA price is set, and then the rec value that the company would seek to liquidate would then offset the ultimate cost of the REPA to customers.
So I guess my question is, if a rec is being sold to offset emissions elsewhere geographically, from an emissions perspective, isn't the seller just stepping into the shoes of the generator who generated the non-clean energy?
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
Yes. From an emissions perspective, if a rec is sold to offset emissions elsewhere, isn't the seller of the rec stepping into the shoes of the generator from an emissions perspective?
I don't know that I can answer that question sitting here today.
Okay. Just to follow up, if RECs are sold, and this is allegedly green energy that some of your customers are demanding, it's not actually emissions-free if it's offsetting emissions elsewhere, is it?
Well, I think this project, again, stands on its own in terms of this is the only non-thermal resource that the company would have access to either owned or contracted for. So I don't think we're using it to offset, like we've talked about, this is not designed to replace Mitchell. It's not designed to replace any potential thermal resource that we may shortlist as a result of the continuing evaluation of the RFP. This is a standalone resource that we think is part of the overall least cost reasonable portfolio to serve customers. So I guess I would disagree that this is somehow offsetting emissions from some other plant. This is, again, part of our portfolio to address the energy and capacity needs that the company has.
But you admitted that some businesses buy RECs for that purpose, to offset emissions elsewhere, correct?
Sure, but I don't think my point is, I don't think the company is not entering into this contract specifically to ultimately sell those RECs to customers. It's just a potential option that we have under tariff RPO to sell or contract those RECs to a customer that is potentially looking to locate within the company's service territory. Otherwise, we would use those RECs and liquidate those in the markets that Company Witness Kuhn can elaborate more, can provide more detail on. But again, it's just an option for us under our current structure to be able to further functionally buy down the cost of the REPA to customers.
That's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Christie.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Wolfram.
Morning.
I want to follow up from some of the things Mr. West was talking
Sure.
about. Page 4 of your direct testimony. This is where you list the capacity needs of the company based upon your 2022 IRP.
Yes, sir.
On line 9, you state Kentucky Power owns an undivided 50% interest in the Mitchell plant. Just by way of background, Mitchell is a 2-unit coal facility located in West Virginia.
That's correct.
Correct. It's 50% owned by Kentucky Power and 50% owned by your AEP affiliate, Wheeling Power.
That's correct.
If Kentucky Power were to sell its 50% ownership interest, would the commission need to approve that?
I'll object just to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
Rephrase. Why does the IRP assume that Kentucky Power will sell its 50% ownership interest in Mitchell, therefore creating this large capacity need after 2028?
So I don't know off the top of my head if the IRP actually assumes that we would sell. It's just that it's reflecting our expectation that our entitlement to our 50% interest terminates in 2028 as a result of the order and the company's CPC and application for CCR and ELG.
You're aware that there were several orders issued by the commission after that indicating an expectation that if Mitchell were to be sold, it would be sold at or close to net book value?
I'm generally aware that language like that has appeared in commission orders, yes.
And let's just be honest about it. West Virginia has a different point of view about Kentucky Power's 50% ownership interest in Mitchell they've taken the position that Kentucky Power walked away from it essentially, and it's theirs. And this commission in multiple orders has indicated that maybe not.
I think Commissioner Regan's having trouble hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I might just ask you to pause there. I was trying not to interrupt your flow, but we probably need to check on this construction real quick.
Okay.
And, because we were not under the impression it was going to be noisy today, but it is.
Maybe they're done selling things now.
Yeah, we've had a number of days of jackhammering, so today is not a day of jackhammering that we can tell, but. It's gonna be really nice when it's done.
Chair, do you know, are these supposed to be red?
Yes.
Okay.
In this courtroom, they are.
Okay.
But that's a very good question.
All right.
That was asked in previous hearings that recorded just fine. So. Well, contemplating taking a break at this point, but my son should be right back.
Probably gonna have to cut and run for themselves now.
Say it's the other way around. Let's go off the record just a minute.
My last question.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Okay.
Curtis.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Regan has saved the day. We are back on the record in Kentucky Powers.
They don't like me too much.
Case number 2024-00243. Sorry, Mr. Kurtz, would you repeat your last question?
Thank you, Chair. Just to get off of Mitchell, that is a big issue that has to be resolved between West Virginia and Kentucky at some point in the future.
Absolutely.
Okay. Let's start with the good news. How many, this facility will be built in Kentucky Power's service territory,
Yes, sir, in Perry County.
and there will be a fair amount of construction jobs.
Yes, again, I will rely on the information provided by Bright Mountain and Avangrid in their application before the commission, but they did quantify, and if you want specifics, it's on page 10 of my direct testimony.
And there will be property taxes, I assume, associated that they'll pay.
Yes.
So that's the good news. It is iron and steel in the ground.
Yeah, within our service territory, correct.
Okay. But now let's get to the rest of the story. This facility is going to cost your average residential customer in year one 34 cents a month, or $4.08 in a year, in terms of above market costs.
It was reduced a little bit in our analysis and rebuttal with our updated fundamentals. It's roughly 29 cents, but our direct case, it was 34 cents.
Okay. And what that is that compares the cost of energy under the Renewable Energy Power Agreement versus market, essentially.
It compares, so the analysis that we did to create the associated rate impacts that was conducted by company Witness Kuhn takes the price of the REPA, so our set price, and then it looks at what we expect to receive from the project's participation within the PJM markets, avoided capacity, and then liquidation of RECs. And then once you take those The revenues associated with PJM participation, the avoided capacity, and the assumed value of RECs, that creates the overall rate impact.
And that should, and the energy offset as well, avoided energy. You forgot
Sure.
that one. But that analysis shows that this contract is a net cost to consumers compared to the avoided cost of energy capacity and the assumed value of RECs, correct?
Based on the benefits that we quantified, this would be a slight cost to customers as a result.
Well, it's like a 14.6 million net present value harm to customers in the direct testimony.
I would disagree with the characterization that it's a harm to customers. Again, this asset will be available to provide safe, reliable, and adequate service to our customers, and it gives the other benefits that we haven't quantified, which is, again, having a diversity resource within our portfolio, potentially for economic benefits that we didn't quantify. We didn't include the benefits associated with the economic development opportunities that Avangrid put forward. It also provides us a physical hedge located within our service territory that can help offset some of the risk associated with volatile commodity prices that we obviously saw as part of our last 2-year FACT proceeding. So there are additional benefits beyond what we quantified.
Well, but based upon the analysis and the direct testimony, it is a $14.6 million net present value harm to customers. Or if you don't like the word harm, it could be financial loss to customers based upon that analysis.
I don't agree that it's a financial harm or to customers. Again, customers, the company incurs costs to provide service. Those costs are passed back on to customers to make sure that we can provide service in a safe and reliable manner. I agree with you that this project ultimately, when you net out all the benefits that we quantified, does result in an increase to a customer's bill.
Let's talk about RECs, renewable energy certificates. A big revenue stream under this analysis, under your analysis, is that the company will sell the RECs provided under the 15-year contract, correct?
That's correct.
So if you're selling the RECs, you're not left with green power. You're just left with regular power. It's only the entity that retires the REC that can claim green energy. Isn't that correct?
I don't know that specifically. Again, this resource is, I guess I'm a little confused as to the, I guess the specifics of that question.
Well, you know what? PJM keeps a registry of all the renewable energy produced in its footprint, and it keeps a registry of which of those RECs are retired and which are sold.
Sure.
Okay, and to claim green energy, you have to retire them, and if you retire them, the revenue stream from selling RECs would be eliminated. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, I think I'm confused around the characterization of why the company would be claiming, again, we're not claiming any, this project for any, anything other than this is the highest scoring non-thermal resource available through the RFP process to serve customers. We're not, this isn't for any other purpose other than this is part of our overall generation portfolio necessary to serve customers.
Speaking about the RFP, there were, I think, 9 thermal projects that scored above this project.
Yeah. We're getting very close to walking into confidential.
Okay,
If we need to go into confidential, our session, we're happy to. We just want to make sure we don't.
Okay,
Far.
that'd be great, thank you.
Yeah, I just think that we be careful of that evaluation
Anything
discussion.
past that, I feel like we're getting confidential. Want to go into confidential?
Yes.
All right. Candace? Okay, Mr. Harris.
Thank you. Do you know what happens to the bid if the investment tax credit or production tax credit for solar is eliminated by the current administration?
You're speaking on the Bright Mountain project
Yes,
specifically?
yeah.
I think I would defer to Company Witness Yetzer. He may have some more experience within that space in terms of like how that may impact the pricing. It doesn't, from my understanding, it would not impact the price, the per megawatt hour price of the contract from our perspective.
But from your perspective, but do you think that the developer factored in the tax benefits under the Inflation Reduction Act in pricing out this proposal?
I would defer to Company Witness Yetzer on that.
Okay. The $14.6 million number from the company's analysis, it's listed as net benefit cost, and so it's a cost. 14.6 million present value, 23.9 million nominal. Could that money be could that money be used on resolving the Mitchell situation rather than entering into this solar contract?
Again, I don't think so. Again, we evaluated this project. When we're evaluating this project now, right, we're looking at this because we have an energy and capacity need in 26 and 27, while Mitchell is still part of the system, and this project is still meeting energy and capacity needs even with Mitchell in the system. So I think even if the life of Mitchell, if the company were at some point down the road to make a decision to, change course, or if the commission approved a change of course on Mitchell, this project is still required from our perspective.
Okay. Chairman, thank you. That's all my questions, Mr.
Thank you, sir.
Wolfram. Thank you.
Staff?
Thank you. Mr. Wolfram, I wanted to follow up just for clarification purposes on a couple, I guess it was a couple responses in totality to Mr. Kurtz and Mr. West.
Sure.
Is it my understanding, based on your previous responses, that the bids that you all provided in response to several data requests are still being evaluated as possible options for the company?
Specific to the thermal resources that were bid in as part of the RFP, the company continues to evaluate those resources.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Sure. The company continues to evaluate the resources that were bid in as part of the thermal RFP. The company issued 3 RFPs, one for standalone storage, one for wind and solar, and one for thermal resources. Those thermal resources are still under evaluation.
The ones in this same RFP, still
Yes, sir.
being evaluated? Okay.
What was the first one? Standalone storage was the first RFP.
And to follow up on that then, so based on your response, Bright Mountain was considered the best option for solar, wind, and those renewable resources?
We didn't evaluate it specifically as it relates to that RFP. We ultimately scored all the projects based off of like total scoring. So if you look at the scoring sheet provided by Company Witness Yetzer, all the projects that were bid into all 3 RFPs are scored against each other. Again, the reason, if you look at the scoring sheet, the Bright Mountain project is the highest scoring non-thermal resource. And so given the concerns that we had around potential delay of moving forward with this project and potential for cost increases and even the potential to lose this project if we didn't shortlist the time that we did, this project was a no regrets project to move forward with at the time that we did.
Well, I wanted to ask a follow-up, but you've almost led into my next question, so I'll get back to my follow-up.
Sorry.
That kind of leads me into my next question, because You mentioned in your direct testimony, I think it's on page 13, lines 15 and 16. And then maybe carrying over into page 14 on line 18. So you stated that the project was the least cost reasonable alternative for a physical resource. But you would agree with me that Kentucky Power won't actually own any part of this facility, correct?
We would have no ownership interest, it's just through the resale.
Okay, because I think you provided information, if it wasn't you, I apologize, but that you wouldn't have any maintenance, ongoing maintenance or anything related to that particular facility.
No, we're entitled to the energy and capacity in the RECs, and then we receive the output.
Okay. And then, I think Mr. Kurtz, and I will keep my question general. Mr. Kurtz referenced the cost that you all have estimated and that it would impact ratepayers, correct?
There would be an increase in monthly bills, yes.
Okay. And so, when you mentioned least cost in your direct testimony, can you clarify as to what you might have been referring to?
Sure, I think, as we mentioned, from our perspective, this is the least cost reasonable non-thermal resource that was identified through the process. We ran an RFP. We looked at a variety of bids. If you look at our 2022 IRP that's currently pending in front of the commission, in our preferred plan, the preferred plan does identify the need to diversify our generation portfolio to best serve customers. And so we were, evaluating potential diversification of the portfolio through the RFP process. Once these projects were scored, we identified this project as the least cost reasonable alternative to address some of that diversity of portfolio mix, and we moved forward with it on that basis. And again, at the time we made the decision, it was still unclear potentially what other assets that we could move forward with in terms of whether or not we could get to an agreement on a thermal PPA. Again, like I said, we're still evaluating those options. So we had to make a decision at the time that we made the decision to ensure that we were getting this project at the cost that it was bid in at. And then ultimately, to the extent that the company does identify an additional project, say a thermal resource down the road, we will obviously have to stand it up as on its own merits, just like we're doing that here.
So, based on some of the acknowledgement that this wasn't the least cost project bid in, based on your all's analysis, can you explain if there are circumstances in Kentucky Power's view where even if something is not the least cost, it would be the most reasonable alternative?
So I believe that when we are evaluating these projects, right, there's two components to that equation, right? There's least cost and then there's reasonable. So what is the least cost reasonable option? So if there was a potential option that was from a pure cost perspective lower, but didn't meet the requirements of our customers or didn't make sense within our overall portfolio, then that reasonableness factor on our end would kick in to make a determination whether or not to move forward with that project. From this perspective, this project, like I talked about, was a no regrets project because we do have an identified energy and capacity need. This project provides an energy benefit, provides capacity benefits, and allows us the opportunity to sell RECs to functionally buy down the cost to customers. And so, and again, like we talked about, there's the other benefits associated with diversifying the portfolio, having a physical hedge within our service territory, supporting a project that would be located within our service territory that has economic development associated with it. And so all those factors played into our decision and made the determination that this was the right project at the right time for us.
And I do appreciate the answer, but I guess that leads me to, you mentioned the energy and capacity, and I think it was Mr. West who mentioned that this project does not cover more than approximately 99%, doesn't cover 99% of your capacity need.
It does, again, from the capacity, accredited capacity standpoint, the project is relatively small, but the other benefits associated with it, specifically, like we talked about, allowing the company to have a very small project that provides some diversity within our portfolio. It allows us to potentially attract economic development opportunities for customers that are looking to locate in a service territory that has renewable energy options, and provides economic development opportunities. I think from our perspective, I understand the accredited capacity is small, but we do see the benefits associated with our ability to, liquidate RECs to the benefit of customers, to have this resource participate within PJM, and allow us to pass back the revenue associated with this project's participation in PJM to reduce the cost of customers. And it allows us to avoid at least going to into PJM and making short-term market purchases to cover at least that 4.8 megawatts of accredited capacity. So we do see the benefits across the board there.
And I want to talk a little bit about going to PJM and having to make purchases to cover your all's needs. I'm just for clarity's sake, and I know it's in your all's direct testimony, but Kentucky Power is an FRR entity.
It is.
And currently, like as we sit today, how does Kentucky Power satisfy its current requirements with PJM?
Sure, so it's a combination of our owned assets, so that would be Big Sandy and the 50% undivided interest in the Mitchell plant, and then we would make any short-term capacity purchases to cover whatever remainder of our needs that we need to cover.
And generally, when does that occur?
I don't know off the top of my head in terms of timing, but it occurs during the PJM planning process.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant like, let me clarify my question. Kentucky Power is a winter peaking utility, is that correct?
It is.
And PJM is a summer peaking,
RTO, yes.
or yes. So, does Kentucky Power generally make its purchases from the market during the winter if it needs to, or do you know?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna pull a Chairman Chandler for a minute and do a hypothetical if I could.
Sure.
Hypothetically, if the commission were to approve the application in its entirety as filed, and we look forward to the year, let's say 2028, how would Kentucky Power then satisfy its capacity need in that particular year? Based on just what the facts are right now, and us hypothetically approving the project.
Sure, so this project would be included in our planning process. The project is slated to go in service in 2027, so given the REPA, we'd be entitled to include that as part of our FRR plan. We would, regardless of the IRP, we would still have Big Sandy in the mix at that point. We, as part of our IRP, did propose to extend its life to 2041. So we would continue to have Big Sandy, and then the company is like we've talked about, the company's still evaluating potential thermal resources that were bid into the thermal resource RFP, and potentially have one of those resources to be able to serve the remainder of our energy and capacity needs.
So your answer right now is you don't know beyond it's possible it'd have to be purchased from the market. You obviously are planning and you're
We are.
preparing. I recognize your response. I'm just saying that, like, if we were going to check off some boxes, it would be the unknown box for that.
We currently do not have a resource either owned or contracted for to replace Mitchell in 2028.
Okay. And if the commission were to hypothetically deny the entirety of this particular project and application, with those same boxes in 2028, what would that look like for Kentucky Power?
We would be 4.8 megawatts of accredited capacity shorter, and so we would either have to go to the market and acquire that, or meet that obligation with, again, some combination of the resources that we're currently evaluating in the thermal bid and short-term market purchases. It would depend.
Okay. I'm gonna shift gears a little bit, to, the tariff PPA.
Sure,
I think you're the main witness for that.
sure.
And I know that you all, have requested recovery through that particular mechanism. But just to confirm, historically, the tariff PPA has under-recovered. Is that correct?
My experience is that there was a historic under-recovery associated with tariff PPA, and that my understanding is that was largely around transmission OAT tracking costs that were run through tariff PPA.
Okay, so just for full disclosure, in the context of your response, yes is the answer to under-recovery.
To my knowledge, we have had under-recovered balances in the past, yes.
Okay. And then I believe tariff PPA is part of the securitization that is pending.
Portions of the under-recovered balances of tariff PPA, yes.
And then in the most recent rate case, I believe Kentucky Power proposed to shift the LSE OAT expense that you mentioned into base rates and take it out of the tariff PPA calculation, correct?
We are only recovering PJM OAT expense through base rates right now, yes.
Okay. So there has been a small shift in what is part of the calculation of the tariff PPA.
Sure.
Correct, okay. But the general, I don't want to simplify, I will simplify just, the calculation that's included within the tariff has not fundamentally changed, but maybe the items that go into that calculation has changed, correct?
As we sit here today, yes, I know that we currently have we are currently on rehearing on one of our tariff PPA updates that there's been some discussion around the over-under recovery mechanism, but from a fundamental level, I agree that the calculation hasn't changed yet.
Okay, and I believe that those aren't part of this case.
They are not.
However, I know that you provided some information as to those calculations as well. Is that correct?
Yes, we have.
And based on your recollection, the tariff PPA still appears to, we sit here today, under-recover going forward.
So I think my response would be that I don't know that the under-recover position will be the same, given the removal of the PJM OAT expense tracking that was removed from tariff PPA. I think based on our feedback and the direction from this commission and those PPA orders, we are moving to, our last calculation included forward-looking billing determinants that would, that would basically have us projecting what the overall cost of PPA is, but there still is an under mechanism within that rider. So to the extent that the company is either under-recovered or over-recovered, that mechanism would either, pass back to customers any over-recovery, or would be designed to collect any under-recovery.
Well, hypothetically, let's say the PPA continues to under-recover, even if it's a smaller amount. Did Kentucky Power consider a different way to recover the expenses as it relates to this application?
So I think from our standpoint, right, because this is a fixed cost asset, we, to a larger degree of certainty, will know the cost of the the project as it relates to what we're paying we're paying in the contract price in every hour that the facility is generating. So it is a fixed cost. The offsetting costs, so we would have the revenues that flow through. Those would be variable, but that would functionally be to buy down the ultimate price of that project. So I think, as I sit here today, I have less of a concern in terms of the mechanism itself resulting in a significant under-recovered balance as a result of this project specifically.
Okay. Did you all, and I kind of asked this, but did you all consider any rider mechanism separate from a current mechanism as it relates to this project?
Not specifically for this project, no.
I believe that's all I have. Appreciate it, thank you.
Of course.
Mr. Stacy?
Can I just call you Tanner? Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Tanner, you testified through a lot of tough questioning from Mariah. She's pretty tough. And you testified through a jackhammer or a sawzall or something. So I'm just going to make it pretty easy. Tell me when I'm wrong about this, okay? When I say something that you don't agree with, just tell me, and we're going to have a little conversation, not questioning.
Sure.
Is it wrong to understand that this is going to cost your ratepayers a little bit more? Is that wrong?
On a total bill basis, the customers would, our current forecast indicates that it would be a slight cost.
There would be a slight cost.
Yes.
And then, is it wrong to say that this doesn't help you with your generation capacity, but about 3 or 4%? Is that wrong?
It is not a large accredited capacity component.
Well, help me just a little bit. You've hinted at a few times that there's other considerations here that make this worthwhile. Can you just speak more than just in vague kind of generalities, what those considerations are that make this a worthwhile project otherwise?
Yeah, so I think I'll start with maybe I'll say the most front of mind from my perspective. Obviously, we just got out of our 2-year fuel adjustment clause proceeding, and during that proceeding, that covered years 2020 through 2022. And during that time period, right, we did see spikes in the commodity markets, so, increased natural gas prices, and then we had some challenges with procuring and, securing coal, given the scarcity of coal through that time period. And so currently, our generation portfolio is 100% reliant on these commodities, other than any market purchases that we're making from PJM. And so what this resource does is it gives us, would be the first contracted for owned resource for Kentucky Power that would not be subject to that volatility within the commodity markets of gas and coal.
Well, maybe I didn't state my question right, but I was looking for something other than your generating capacity or the source of that capacity.
Sure.
Are there other considerations other than that make this project a great project in some way?
Yeah, so I think obviously having the investment from this developer within our service territory, we view as a huge success for us. The developers provided information around the construction jobs, the full-time job, the FTEs that will be required within Perry County. So anytime that we can support economic development opportunities within our.
We all understand that. Now let's go on to the next, what's the next thing?
So I think the next thing is this project does provide us with energy benefits. So I know we've talked about, the limitation, the limited capacity value from an ELCC accreditation, but from an energy perspective, this is a low-cost resource that will get bid into PJM and most likely get picked up by the PJM market in every hour that it's generating, which is generally when the sun is shining. And so, in every hour that that project is generating, it creates revenue that the company receives from PJM. And then that revenue we would pass back to customers to ultimately reduce their costs that are that flow through the company's current fuel adjustment clause. So there is an energy benefit associated as
Now,
well.
can I ask a question about that?
Sure.
You're basically saying that this is going to be a cost increase to your customers. So even though you're passing that back, you're still going to have a cost increase to customers, correct?
Based on our current assumptions, but, there is the.
So tell me what other considerations there are besides that make this a good project? Is there something that we don't know, that we don't see, is there anything else?
I think I've covered, the benefits that I've been able to identify.
Well, you touched on some economic development
Sure.
benefits. You want to talk about that?
Sure, I think I can reference back to our rider RPO option B option. So to the extent that we did have, let's say there was an industrial size customer that was looking to locate within our service territory, we have seen in other AEP East operating companies, the customers are looking to have at least a portion of their supply or all of their supply provided via a renewable energy resource, either because of their corporate sustainability goals or, that's just something they believe in. And so this project, we would have the option to either dedicate a portion of the output to serve that customer and hopefully have them locate within our service territory. So we would have the option. Currently, we don't have a facility that we can do that with because we don't have any renewable generation in the portfolio, but this would give us that option.
Is there anything other than just crossing your fingers and hoping that somebody's going to come is there more to it than that? You just as kind of a hope and hoping that will happen?
I can speak, our economic development team is in constant conversations with a variety of businesses and potential customers all the time. I know how hard they work, and they are always, it is not just more than a hope and a wish. We are actively engaged in communicating with customers, identifying their needs and potentially what it would take to have them locate within our service territory, because ultimately, from my perspective, my goal is to position us in the best way possible so that we can attract businesses to our service territory, because I do think that will provide some much needed great relief to our customers. So we are actively and vehemently engaged in economic development opportunities.
I get that, Tanner, and you seem like a fellow that really does want to do a good job, and I can appreciate that. But I'm just looking for something else, because the way it looks just on the face of it, it's difficult. It looks like, and I'm just hoping there's more to it, that maybe somebody can shed a light on something else that helps us make it possible, because it's good for the Commonwealth, and it's good for your customers, and it's good for your company if this company does good.
Great.
And we'd just like to find a way to make all those things happen if we can.
Absolutely.
Anything else that you can share with me?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head, but
Is there anyone here, do you have anybody with you here this morning that could talk about that a little bit?
Company witness can obviously talk around, we were talking a little bit around the economics and the benefits associated with having the facility available for customers under.
Who could do that?
Company witness Kuhn.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Tanner. I appreciate it.
Of course.
So most of the questions I had ready to go have been asked, so I won't go through that, but I have a more general question. Do you know, or does anyone or is there someone else who can answer this question? is there any part of your compensation for Kentucky Power or AEP that pays a bonus or is based on the percentage of diversification in energy that the company has?
I don't know that that's sitting here today, but we could certainly get that information.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Okay. Good morning.
Morning.
So, in your testimony, you talked about how you felt that this was the right resource at the right time.
Yes, sir.
I know that the intervener's witness, Mr. Collin, has said the exact opposite, that it's the wrong resource at the wrong time. And part of your explanation for why you would choose this particular choice from the RFP was based on worrying about losing the opportunity. If we need to go into confidential, please say so in order to answer this question, but why is this one a rush? Why did this one need to happen now?
So I don't think this is, this opportunity was rushed. It just had to be on a different timeline. It couldn't be delayed the way that we had to take additional time to evaluate the thermal resources, because the thermal resources had to go back and potentially look at their pricing given some of the changes via the EPA's 111D rule. So they had potentially new compliance costs that, you know, weren't originally contemplated in their original bids. And so if those resources needed time to potentially reprice, to factor in the passage of the EPA's 111D rule, and then give us updated pricing that we could evaluate. So while that was pending, we decided to move forward on the original timeline, what I would consider the original timeline to move forward with Bright Mountain. We just needed additional time on the thermal resources, if that makes sense.
So I misunderstood you, that there was a possibility that you would lose out on this opportunity.
No, I think if we had waited to move forward with the Bright Mountain project to put them on a similar timeline as the thermal resources, like if we were to say, in that scenario, right, when we decided to move forward, if we would have said, we're just gonna wait until we get the reprice of the thermal resources and then make a decision in connection with all the thermal resources as well, then there's the potential either that the developer, you know, could have repriced this REPA, or their cost could have increased that would have reflected in an increased price, or they could have taken that project elsewhere.
So the developer, if you had not accepted it when you did, may have opted to get a better price somewhere else.
They could have.
Okay. Part of the reason that, or maybe the entire reason that you feel, your company feels this is economical is because of those renewable energy credits and your estimation of being able to offset the costs with selling those credits.
That's a component of, yes.
At the time they were evaluated, we were in a different position as far as federal administration. Does anyone believe these credits are worth less now under the current administration?
I would defer that to company witness Kuhn. She is a little bit more familiar
Okay.
with the rec market and whether or not we've seen any impact as a result of the administration change.
Is this project already in the queue for PJM?
I believe so, but I would ask company witness Yetzer to confirm me on that.
Yetzer? Okay.
Yes.
If the evaluation by the expert witnesses of the interveners is correct. I'm being careful because I don't want to accidentally go into confidential, and please catch me if I'm about to. This doesn't make money and is non-economic. If the commission is unable to approve it, is there any salvaging this deal? Is there a renegotiation of price per megawatt hour? Is there, or do you believe there are others waiting that, well, I mean, do you know if that possibility is off the table?
I don't know whether the developer would continue to engage with us beyond that. I guess I would defer to Company Witness Switzer, he may have some more information around, like, what the market for this kind of resource would be if we weren't the off-taker, but there's the potential that, somebody else could pick up that project, or that project doesn't come to fruition.
So as far as choosing this one first, there were the 111D concerns that would cause the others to take longer to evaluate, and this one was evaluated and ready to go.
Yes.
This one does not probably, well, we know it results in additional cost to your customers.
Yes.
In combination with others, as a total package, it might not, I
Correct.
imagine. Others are still being reevaluated.
Yes, Your Honor.
But we have to evaluate them on a project-by-project basis as they're brought forward to us to make sure that the least cost reasonable alternative has been considered. Again, being careful not to go into anything that's confidential. Actually, let's just go into confidential, just to be safe for a minute.
Sure.
Thank you. So the jobs total was different for Perry County and then a statewide or a service area wide? Let me get to that real quick.
I believe their first number was on a total Commonwealth perspective.
Okay, so why is that? They just don't think they could get all of those positions filled locally?
I don't know off the top of my head the different numbers. It was just the information that was provided in their certificate filing.
Okay. And it specifically, there was an expected 280 jobs for construction, but only 36 of those would be from Perry County. There would be 12 jobs ongoing thereafter for operation and maintenance of the facility, but that would be only 4 jobs locally for operation and maintenance of the facility.
Those are their estimates, yes.
Okay, and those would not be hired by Kentucky Power. That's not your decision, how many they hire locally.
That's correct.
But that does impact the overall desirability, I assume. We don't know that those are in your service area, the remainder either, right? They're just somewhere in Kentucky.
We obviously, one of the reasons that we were attracted to this project is because of the economic development opportunities, specifically the FTEs and the ongoing FTEs for Perry County. So, we obviously viewed that as a positive when we were evaluating this project.
You said the total impact per customer in that first year has now been revised,
Yes, Your Honor.
not confidential.
No.
Is confidential?
The jobs, right?
No, I'm back to the
Oh,
customer.
the cost, oh, yeah, no, that's.
Okay. 34 cents has now been revised to 29 cents per month.
Yes, Your
And
Honor.
and the information I have was that was in the first year.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do we expect it to be different in subsequent years?
I don't, it changes year to year, but I don't, off the top of my head, I don't know what the changes Company Witness Kuhn may be able to provide you some additional information on that.
Company Witness Kuhn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Bear with me just a moment. All right, I think that's all the questions I had. Let me check that out. All right, that's all the questions I have. Do we redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, I do have some redirect.
Proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Wolfram, I'll start with asking you some redirect questions on Mr. West's cross-examination of you earlier. You were talking about REC's renewable energy credits, and you had said that RECs can be used to offset emissions. And do you believe that Ms. Kuhn may be able to provide additional information on RECs and what they're used for?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's see. Would you also agree that customer interest in renewable energy is not the only purpose that the company has made this application in this case?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think we've laid out the other reasons the company selected this project.
So I also want to talk about and kind of give some background on the way that the company pays for the benefits received under the contract and the way that revenues are recovered. So could you explain the basic construct of the contract price, where it's recovered, and how the company will flow back energy benefits and other benefits received to customers from this project?
Sure, so as currently proposed, the dollar per megawatt hour price that is part of the repo would be recovered through tariff PPA. So that cost, the company pays that cost for every hour that that facility is generating. That is the cost that will run through tariff PPA. To the extent that the company liquidates RECs that it receives as a result of the project, those RECs would credit the amount that runs through tariff PPA, functionally reducing the amount recovered through tariff PPA. And then once the project is bid within PJM, any revenues the company receives, those revenues would be a credit to customers through the company's fuel adjustment clause.
Okay, great, thank you. So the $83.68 per megawatt hour that the company pays is a fixed price that's determined or set by the contract, correct?
Correct.
And so any energy revenues that the company receives and any revenues that the company receives from the liquidation of RECs essentially have the effect of buying down that fixed contract price, correct?
Correct.
So the liquidation of RECs is another benefit of this contract in that it can have the effect of buying down the contract price, therefore reducing cost to customers as well.
I would agree.
Now, I've heard you talk about, throughout your testimony, just the various benefits of this project. And Commissioner Stacy was asking you about all the benefits of this project. And if I can summarize those for you, and I'll see if you agree with me. This will provide the company with diversity of resources, different fuel sources. The company will not just have resources solely that come from fossil fuels, correct?
Correct.
And because of that, that means that the company will, the Bright Mountain Project represents a fuel-independent resource, right?
Agreed.
And so that means that the company would be protected from things like geopolitical impacts on natural gas prices, correct?
Yes, that was my reference to some of the things that impacted the company's last 2-year back proceeding.
Exactly, thank you. This would also protect the company against the failure of natural gas pipelines, correct?
This is a non-gas related resource, so those would have no impacts to this facility.
Okay. It would also protect the company and its customers from increased coal prices or failure of coal suppliers to deliver or coal scarcity in the market, correct?
Again, that was my reference to the 2020 to 2022 2-year back proceeding, yes.
Thank you. This also represents a physical hedge against market energy prices, correct?
Agreed.
And because this is a 15-year renewable energy purchase agreement, this provides the company with a fixed price for 15 years, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so it also provides price certainty for customers, right?
It does.
Okay. Thank you. So would you agree that this project, or what the company will receive from this renewable energy purchase agreement and what customers receive are generally part of the company's cost of service, correct?
I agree.
So this is the company, as I've heard you say before, fulfilling its responsibility to provide adequate, reliable service to customers, correct?
That's the way I do it, yes.
Okay, and so can you tell me what percent of the company's annual energy needs that this project will satisfy?
Based on our quantification and testimony, it was approximately 3%.
Okay, and is that 3% in the summer?
It was
Or is
total.
that annually?
It's total.
Okay, great, so 3% annually. And I heard you also testify earlier that there's a modest price increase. What was that monthly residential bill increase?
Based on our updated fundamentals, it's about 29 cents for an average customer on a monthly basis.
Okay, so about a quarter per month, correct?
That's correct.
And subject to check on the math on this, I don't expect you to do math on the stand. But that basically means that this is going to provide about 3% of the company's energy needs for less than 0.2% of a bill price increase. Does that sound about correct to you?
That math seems about right, yes.
Okay, great. Would you agree that if the company does bring forward a application to approve a thermal PPA or some other resource in the future, that will also be part of the cost, of the company's cost of service, and that could also result in, add cost to customers' bills, result in bill increases, correct?
There could be associated, there will be associated bill impacts associated with any other facility that the company brings forward, yes.
Ms. Tussey was asking you questions about the company's decision to recover the costs associated with this contract through tariff PPA. Do you remember those?
I do.
Okay, and is it your recollection that there already is a specific line or a specific function of tariff PPA that allows the company to recover the cost of purchase power agreements through the PPA?
That's correct.
And is that essentially the reason that the company indicated it would recover the cost of this REPA through tariff PPA?
That certainly was one of the determinant factors, yes.
Would the company consider creating a new rider to recover these costs through if the commission would approve it?
Sure, I think the company is aware, that adding riders and line items to bills, can present challenges to customers, but to the extent that the commission would determine that a separate rider for the specific project would be appropriate, and the company has no objection to that. It's simply that we were trying to apply it to a currently existing billing line item to avoid customer confusion.
Thank you. And Exhibit ZMY3, I do recognize that is confidential. I'm not asking you specific questions about that, and I don't mean to get into any confidential information. But does that information on that exhibit take into account both price and non-price factors?
Yes.
Okay. And could company witness Yetzer elaborate on that or any information contained in that exhibit?
He absolutely can.
Those are all the questions I have. Thank you. Sure.
Tanner, she just asked you about, I just want to follow up on something she asked. She said that if you did this deal, that it would protect you against the price fluctuations in the price of oil and gas and pipeline problems.
Can.
Because you have, what, 3% of your energy being produced, but in fact, you're going to purchase energy from the PJM, correct?
We purchase all our energy from PJM, yes.
So, can you estimate the amount of coal and gas that is produced by that energy that you purchased? So if you think about that, and if some of that certainly is, then you're really not protected from that. You're just protected from it, maybe, to a lesser extent.
Well, I think the point there is that we would be less reliant on, we would have the offsetting revenues associated with a project being built in, and so therefore you're functionally buying down or reducing the amount of market purchase that you have to make from the other PJM resources.
I like that answer, but that's not the real answer. The real answer isn't that you're still going to be reliant on price fluctuations in the market from oil and gas, and you're still going to be subject to some kind of a pipeline interruption.
Sure, so Big Sandy will still be relying on, adequate supply, which we have.
That's all I want to make clear.
Mr. West? Mr. Kurtz?
No, Your Honor.
Steph?
No.
All right. For this particular witness, I won't excuse, just because, you
Yes,
know
Your
how it
Honor.
goes by now.
No problem.
But you could step down from the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Let's take a break before we take our next witness. Let's say 15 minutes.
You're on, Chair.
Thank you. We are back on the record in case number 2024-243, Kentucky Power's application for approving the terms and conditions of a renewable energy purchase agreement. Leave it at that. It's a very long title. All right, counsel, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. Kentucky Power calls Zachary Yetzer. Mr. Gish will be presenting Mr. Yetzer.
Okay. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right. Please have a seat and tell us your full name and your business address.
Zachary Michael Yetzer. My business address is 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio, 43215.
Counsel?
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Yetzer, can you state your employer and position, please, for the record?
I'm employed by American Electric Power Service Corporation, and I am a regulated infrastructure development manager.
Thank you. And did you file direct testimony and responses to data requests in this proceeding?
I did.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony or responses to data requests?
I do not.
And if I were to ask you the same questions that are in your testimony and in your data requests, would you give the same responses?
I would.
And before I turn Mr. Yetzer over for cross-examination, there were a couple of very specific questions in the testimony of Mr. Wolfram that I think we could kind of get out of the way. It might be more efficient to do now. The first question was, Mr. Wolfram was asked regarding the status of the Bright Mountain project and the PJM interconnection process. Can you let the commissioners know what the status of that project is in the PJM interconnection process?
Yeah, that project actually has its a full-blown interconnection agreement with PJM now. I think they executed that agreement in Q3 of last year. So it is ready to break ground and start building the project.
And the other question that I think was asked, and I think we want to make sure the commissioner understands, requires us to go into confidential session briefly. Is that, can we do that?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if protracted direct for things that are already on the record, but
Yeah.
this sounds.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Thank you, Candace.
Right. Thank you. Mr. Yetzer is available for cross-examination.
Just in time, Mr. West, your turn.
No cross for this witness.
Mr. Kurtz.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Yetzer.
Good morning.
The investment tax credit, was it 50% for this project?
I actually do not know what the ITC project for this, or what the ITC was for this project. The developer, they proposed a contract rate into this RFP, but did not stipulate what percentage of the ITC the project was eligible for, only that it was an ITC project.
Okay. So the investment tax credit, whether it's 30%, 40%, 50%, is essentially that, a reduction in the capital cost of the project by the amount of the ITC.
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay. So if the ITC goes away or is reduced under the current administration, that would trigger a renegotiation, if that's a change in law.
I think I
Ma'am,
need to,
Ma'am, this section of the REPA is covered under, is confidential and was discussed earlier.
Do you agree that?
Yeah, well, we can go on confidential.
Okay, yeah, I think we better. Candace, whenever you're ready. This might happen a lot. Yeah.
Evidently.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. So 80 megawatt nameplate,
that is correct, yes, nameplate is 80 megawatts.
okay, 4.8 megawatt ELCC accredited capacity, you've heard that?
Yes, I have heard that, that is my understanding.
Okay. The first year, this solar is expected to produce 150,000 megawatt hours approximately.
Approximately, yes.
So the first year price from Kentucky Power to the developer is estimated to be $12.5 million.
I don't have a calculator or able to do that math, but that subject to check, that would sound right.
Okay.
Contract rate times the 150,000.
And the company has assumed a degradation in the output from the solar facility of 0.5% per year. Are you aware of that?
I'd have to rely on witness Kuhn to do that, but that's typical. That's typically what we see for degradation.
And over the 15-year contract period, Kentucky Power is projected to pay the developer $179 million nominal.
I subject to check. I don't have those numbers. Witness Kuhn might have an annual payment there in her analysis.
Thank you, Mr. Yetzer.
Staff?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Ms. Yetzer. I'm Jurgens Fincel. I'm one of the staff attorneys here. I think we've covered a lot of ground, actually, of what we had intended to ask. I just want to kind of briefly understand your role for RFPs before we get into other questions. Can you just kind of just give me the 30,000-foot view of what you do for RFPs, like for AP? You help draft them, I understand, and then you help shepherd them sort of through the process. What does that include?
Yeah, so my role with Service Corporation is to work on and issue RFPs on behalf of our various operating companies, including Kentucky Power. So when Kentucky Power approached our group saying, hey, we'd like to issue an RFP, I was assigned, and I met weekly with Kentucky Power leadership, virtually go through a list of questions that I asked them. Hey, what do you want included in your RFP? What are your goals for this RFP? What are your long-term goals that we want to state in the RFP? So I take guidance from Kentucky Power and the other operating companies when I draft RFPs on their behalf, and incorporate that to the RFP. We go live with that RFP and issue it. And then I also collect on proposal due date, we collect the proposals. I'm in charge of parsing those proposals out to the various SMEs and the various groups between Kentucky Power and Service Corporation that are going to basically perform analysis on those proposals. I then collect that analysis, and in parallel, the Integrated Resource Planning Group is doing the financial analysis on these. We bring all that analysis together to basically come up with a ranking of all the various proposals that we get. And then I make a recommendation to Kentucky Power on what to move forward with. And sometimes it's multiple recommendations, and they make a decision based off of on what to shortlist and what to move forward with into the negotiation phase based off of their various specific goals and what they hope to get out of the RFP and what they would hope to achieve in their long-term planning process.
So that rubric that you sort of use, that sort of measuring stick that you use, who develops that? Is that a Kentucky Power development, or is that something sort of AEP does?
You mean the planning process? And
not the planning process, but you said that you evaluate it, right? So Kentucky Power comes in and they say, okay, we think these things are important to us. Who develops the rubric by which you measure all these proposals against one another?
Yeah, so I developed that rubric,
Okay.
and it's RFP specific based off of the feedback that we got from Kentucky Power. So, we've got a whole list of things that we look at typically in RFPs, and we say, hey, at the time it was Brian West, who was the former VP of Regulatory and Finance at Kentucky Power, but I basically asked him, hey, here's a list of the things that we typically look at for each proposal. Are any of these things, do any of these things hit home? Are there any of these things that you might want to remove, or is there anything else that you'd like to add to the list that we can look at for each of these proposals? And he provided feedback on what items, both price and non-price, that are important to Kentucky Power, and that's what we ultimately use to score each individual proposal off of.
So that is the score sheet?
So the score sheet that you see for ZMY Exhibit 3 that's what I would refer to as the total score sheet. Okay. So we've got a sheet that comes out for the economic analysis, which would be the price scoring on my total score sheet, and then we also have a spreadsheet of non-price scoring that is the non-price column on my total score sheet that you see in Exhibit 3. And those get combined to become the total score, which ultimately feeds the total ranking of the proposals.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that I understand both your answer, Commissioner Wiegand, and I. The score sheet, so ZMY 3, when I go to confidential, we don't need to get into that, but that represents, so your score on that, right, so the ultimate sort of final score on that represents non-price factors, so all the considerations that were important to Kentucky Power from not just like a value perspective, right, a calculated value perspective, as well as, your expected costs and your expected revenues and everything else.
That is correct, and just a high level there, that those columns would be the pricing and the non-pricing. The non-pricing would be what we consider the non-price factors and the scoring associated with those.
Okay.
Yep.
So let's look at just a little bit of, and I know Witness Kuhn may ultimately be who we ask these questions to, but I have you here and I just want to see if you can give us some information here. Are you familiar with how the renewable energy credit works and functions?
I'm familiar that a renewable energy certificate or renewable energy credit gets generated with each megawatt hour that is produced from a renewable facility, yes.
And so within the terms of the contract, every hour that Bright Mountain generates energy, you pay for that REC, the value of that REC, you pay for the value of the capacity, and you pay for the value of the energy.
Yes, for every megawatt hour that Bright Mountain produces, we would purchase a bundled product, which is encompassed by that contract rate.
And how, I think of how to ask this up. Are you generally aware of the price that energy is currently being bid on into PJM, solar energy is currently being bid on in PJM?
I have no knowledge of
No knowledge of that.
of
Do you think
price.
Witness Kuhn would have, or do you have anybody here today who could speak to sort of the more specifics?
I don't know if Witness Kuhn knows exactly, but she'd be a better person to ask than myself.
Okay, so we'll move on from those. Under the terms of the contract, you are obligated to pay, or Kentucky Power is obligated to pay for all of those resources for every hour of generation, regardless of whether something is sold into, regardless of whether PJM calls up that resource, correct? So if it's producing energy, but the cost of it is higher than whatever the call price is at the market, right, you still owe Bright Mountain the $83.68 for that hour.
That is correct, yes. Kentucky Power will purchase the full output of the facility for the 15 years.
What happens to the energy that doesn't get called up at PJM, right? So what happens to that revenue? I mean, it's just not revenue, but what do you do with that energy?
So Kentucky Power actually, this facility will get bid into both the day-ahead market and the real-time market. So, on a day-ahead basis, we'll create a forecast for this facility, which gets submitted to PJM. A day-ahead award will be given to that facility to generate for whatever that forecast was for the next day. And then in the real time, regardless of what LMPs are showing, that facility will generate it, whatever the irradiance dictates for the solar facility. And then that output gets liquidated into the market. It just gets sold into the market at whatever the LMP is that it's generating at.
And so you just kind of lose the difference over.
Yeah, there's a lot of other stuff that goes into it because you've got the day-ahead award, you've got the real-time, the imbalance charges, but yes, you pay $83.68 and you get the output of the facility, and then Kentucky Power and AEP Commercial Operations will decide on the bidding strategy and how to optimize the output of that facility.
Witness Wolfram discussed some of the non-price factors and involved in sort of the evaluation of that. And one of those was like the potential for an EDR customer to come in. And again, if I'm getting close to anything, you want to keep confidential, let us know. But just generally speaking, one of the sort of stated benefits is that customers seem to want renewable energy, and you think that there's an opportunity for an EDR contract to materialize out of that. Are you are you aware of any negotiations that Kentucky Power has through the RFP process that has indicated that an industrial customer is likely, or a large commercial customer is likely to enter in the territory, that have made stipulations or made, any kind of treaty there?
I am not aware of any of those. My role as the RFP manager is specifically just the RFP and the negotiation of the actual contract. Witness Wolfram would have to answer any of those questions. I don't have any visibility into what Kentucky Power is doing with that.
Chair, I do think I have just a few confidential questions, if we could just switch.
working with the developer, what stage is this project in development? What things have they actually done?
So I'd consider this, this facility, you know, later stage in the development of the project. So they've done all of their environmental studies, the cultural resource studies. They've got all the permitting that's required for the facility. They have a signed interconnection agreement like we were talking about earlier. What they have not started yet would be actually building the project, right? So it's always in a continuous state of, you know, construction. But, you know, they haven't actually started, you know, building roads. There are some roads that are already on site because this is a reclaimed coal mine that they're building this site on. But, you know, they haven't started building the interconnection yet. They haven't started putting panels, inverters, transformers on site. None of that has commenced yet, and they won't start that until Kentucky Power has given the developer notice to proceed, which would require a final non-appealable order.
Have they acquired property?
The property is under lease. They don't own the property. They've leased the project property, and it's my understanding there's a few lease owners, but there's one lease. One of the leases is significantly bigger than the rest.
Do you know the general terms of that, just that one big one?
I do not. That is not something that that a developer would supply to us.
You don't know if they paid a significant amount toward the acquisition of that property through a lease or not?
No, I know that from my discussions with the developer that they have ongoing costs, so I assume that there is, and this is just based on my experience, but I assume that there is some sort of lease option that they're making continuous payments on until they start construction, and then they would start making some sort of higher lease payment is what I assume is happening, but that's just based on my experience.
So the general description of the progress on this project so far is they haven't bought any equipment, they haven't installed any equipment, they haven't built any roads, and they haven't actually acquired property. All they've done is just got an option on land.
No, I would say that I'd classify the property as under control because it's my understanding that one of the things that PJM requires for you to apply for interconnection is land control. So they would not have.
Stop you just a second. Just a moment earlier, you said that they have an option on that one big tract.
And I'd classify that as land control because there's, you know.
But it is an option. That's the legal term of of how they hold control of that.
I'd classify that as an option for the developer.
That's all I want to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Reagan?
Just to follow up on the worksheet and the worksheets, pricing and non-pricing, are those all weighted evenly?
I think we'd need to go back into confidential session to, because that ZMY3 is a fully confidential exhibit.
Okay. And Bright Mountain is owned by Avangrid?
Avangrid Renewables, yes, that is
Okay,
correct.
and they operate across 22 states?
It's something like that, yes.
Okay.
I don't have the exact number in front of me. I think I put it in testimony, but it's, yeah, they're a large developer.
Okay, and I'm assuming you look at projects in other states for other companies?
That is correct, yes.
Can you talk about maybe the number of projects that have made it into the queue or not made it through the queue and have had to pull out, just in your experience?
You're talking about the PJM queue?
Yeah, sorry.
I don't have any specific data here today, but there are a large percentage of projects that apply to the PJM queue and never actually sign an interconnection agreement. You've got developers that are, it's their job to build projects. That's how they make money. And so they go out and they secure land for all sorts of projects all over the country. They apply for interconnection, and then a lot of the times those projects just fall out of the queue because of the results that they get in the PJM interconnection queue via interconnection costs. If this project, where they want this project to interconnect to the grid, if it requires a large amount of upgrades or millions of dollars of changes to the transmission system or upgrades to the transmission system, that might make that project uneconomic for the developer, and that is a very common reason for projects to fall out of the queue.
Okay, and if there was a change of law or whatever reason, and Bright Mountain pulled out of the project, would the process restart maybe with another developer and they'd have to go back into the PJM queue?
No, so for whatever reason, if Kentucky Power did not move forward with this Bright Mountain project and they had to find another buyer or another offtake for the output of this facility, that facility will retain its interconnection agreement. It's good to go. It's got its interconnection agreement. Now they just need to comply with whatever timing that PJM has given them in that interconnection agreement via, hey, you need to be commercial by X date. And I don't know if it's 3 years or 2 years. I don't know the timing on that, but PJM tells you you have to be online before a specific date, because PJM's planning any
Right.
future agreements, and they're planning their grid based off of projects that they've given interconnection agreements to. So they've got to be online by a specific time for PJM to plan.
Okay, thank you.
We're still in public.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't have a lot more to follow up. It seems that all of the non-cost factors, by most everyone's estimation, would matter. But maybe that the price negotiated per megawatt hour in this contract negates all of those good benefits if it's just not economic. So how did Kentucky Power decide that, and if we need to go into confidential, we can, but how did you decide that this price was, I don't even know how to ask this non-confidentially, but why did you find that price point acceptable?
That'd be a question for witness Kuhn. I did none of the economic analysis, so I don't know on a purely economic basis how that
fair.
shook out in the ranking.
That's
So I'd
fair.
ask her.
So you were involved in just the rubric and choosing the projects, but not the
Correct, yeah.
economic
So I
analysis.
was in charge of driving the process forward, making sure that all the SMEs were providing their analysis, compiling that analysis into, and then with the economic rankings, compiling those together, and then making a recommendation to Kentucky Power for them to ultimately decide what to shortlist.
Ideally, would this project have been packaged with another one at the same time? One of the ones that looks more economic?
I can't say that. I mean, I think we need to go back in the confidential session to talk about, Kentucky Power's plans throughout the process. But packaging projects does not necessarily mean you're going to get something more or less economic. It's, each project stands on its own there, and being that, I think I can say that this was the only project that this developer bid into this RFP, so Kentucky Power would not have even been able to take advantage of, can you give us a discount for doing multiple deals with you? Or, kind of economies of scale type stuff. So I can't say one way or the other.
Yeah. And the queue really wasn't a factor because all of the top scorers are already in the queue.
Yeah, they've already, the top projects all already were in operation.
Gotcha. Okay, redirect.
Yeah, just a couple.
Sorry, Mr. English. I
Oh,
was
no,
looking at the
of
wrong one.
It's far enough away, it's looking generally. Just a couple of questions. Mr. Van asked some questions about the bidding of the Bright Mountain project into PJM, and what happens if it's not picked. In your experience, what are solar projects typically bid into the market? What price are they typically bid into at?
Are we allowed to go confidential? I think I'd be sharing some of the, I can go in general, but, if, in my experience, which has only been with AEP, I think I'd be divulging our offer strategy.
Yes.
Back into confidential, please, Kim.
Sorry.
Okay, does that conclude your question?
That concludes my redirected questions.
Mr. West, do you have further questions? Mr. Kurtz?
No questions, Your Honor.
Seth? You may be excused.
Thank you.
Unless anybody knows of a good reason. Speak now or forever hold your peace. All right, there you go.
Thank you much.
Thanks, Seth. All right, we're at a pretty good stopping point for lunch. And so we would take 1 hour and then come back with your final witness. Great.
That'd be great, thank you.
Go off the record. And case number 2024-243. And council, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. Kentucky Power calls Nicole Kuhn.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true to the best of your knowledge under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and your business address.
My name is Nicole Marie Kuhn. My business address is 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio, 43215.
Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Kuhn, please state your employer and position.
My employer is American Electric Power Service Corporation, and my position is regulatory consultant principal.
Did you file direct testimony, rebuttal testimony in responses to data requests in this proceeding?
I did.
And do you have any corrections to your testimonies or responses to data requests?
I do have some minor corrections. The first one is my rebuttal testimony on page 3, line 15. The word values should be valued. And then the next one is in a data response to AGKIUC 2-7, Part B. Yes, the third line, starting at the and, it says, and the tier 1 rec price in the previous year. It should state, and the tier 1 rec price in 2022. And then similarly, in the next sentence, it says the product of those numbers is then added to the previous year's price. It should say the product of those numbers is then added to the 2022 price.
Ms. Kuhn, does that change impact the values that were in the exhibit referenced in this request?
It does not change any values, it's just an update to the description.
Excellent. With those, excuse me, with those corrections and updates, if I were to ask you the same questions that are in your direct testimony, rebuttal testimony, and in the data request, would you give the same responses?
I would.
Thank you. Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Yeah, just a few questions. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. In your direct testimony on page 3, you state that net present value of the benefits from the project are $87.202 million. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you provide an update to that in your rebuttal or at some time later? Has that value changed at all?
Yes, in rebuttal, we updated the analysis.
Okay, so what is the updated value for your estimate of the benefits of the project?
So I provided the work paper for that analysis to my rebuttal, and in there, the net present value of the total benefits is $97.051 million.
And if I might, Mr. West, can you identify what work paper that is?
Oh, yes, that's confidential work paper NMC-4.
Okay. Both those amounts are gross amounts, correct? They're not net of costs. They just represent the benefits.
Yes, those are just benefits.
Okay. Did you identify the gross amount of costs in your testimony?
Not directly in my direct testimony, however, we show that it's a cost to customers with the rate impact, and then provided the work papers behind supporting all the analysis.
Okay. Are you familiar with the testimony of Mr. Collin and Ms. Wellborn?
Yes.
Okay. So do you agree with their calculation of the costs? It was $179 million nominal basis and $101.8 million net present value.
I haven't done it on the nominal basis, but the net present value basis that sounds correct.
Okay. So if you agree with the $101.8 million net present value of the costs and your updated value for the benefits is $97.051 million for the benefits, you agree that the cost exceeds the benefits, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Kurtz?
Good afternoon, Ms. Kuhn.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so in your direct case, or direct testimony, you calculated that the first year rate impact to the average residential customer would be 34 cents a month,
That's correct.
or about $4 a year.
Rough math, yes.
Okay. And there are 131,000 residential customers served by Kentucky Power?
I don't have that exact number. Witness Wolfram would know that.
Okay. And following up from what Mr. West just said, in your direct testimony, you calculated that the costs of the repo would exceed the benefits on a net present value basis by $14.6 million?
That's correct.
In your rebuttal testimony, you calculated that the first year, you calculated that the cost would exceed the benefits on a net present value basis by $4.7 million.
Yes, I did a sensitivity analysis with updated fundamentals.
In using the base forecast, it's a $4.7 million cost exceed benefits on a net present value basis.
Yes, I believe that's,
And that results in a first-year rate impact to the average residential customer of 29 cents a month, or about $3.50 a year.
yes.
Okay. And the big change in your direct versus rebuttal was I guess, a higher base case energy forecast based upon the AEP fundamentals versus your direct case.
Yes, that was the largest difference change, was the energy.
Yeah, capacity pricing was pretty constant, and your rec pricing in the base case and in your direct was about the same as well.
Right.
Okay. Let me, Your Honor, I have two confidential exhibits I'd like to discuss with the witness.
Yes. KIUC 3.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
Before we start, there's yellow highlighted information in this.
Oh.
exhibit. I don't know if that's just highlighting or.
no, I did the highlighting. I don't believe this is confidential, but please check.
It doesn't look like it's confidential information, it's just,
No, this is information pulled from PJM GATS.
yeah.
We may have to adopt the policy to use a different color palette when we highlight things. but-
Sorry.
No, it's,
Okay. On page 2 of your response, you did a November 25 supplemental update,
That's correct.
and after your testimony was filed, you went on to the PJM GATS system. That's where they track renewable energy generated in PJM versus the RECs that are retired.
Yes.
Okay. And to claim the environmental benefit, you have to actually retire the REC, not sell it, correct?
Right, you take title to the renewable energy claim when it's retired on your behalf.
And that's the way it becomes green. If you just buy the solar power and sell the RECs, it's not really green energy anymore.
Right, the entitlement goes to the person that it's retired upon.
Okay. So, in the third page of this document, which is a lot of my yellow highlighting, you show actual Kentucky transactions for the years 2018 to 2024. Is that correct?
Yes, just note that 2024 wouldn't be a full year based on when I pulled the information.
Got it, okay. So, the actual RECs sold in Kentucky started out in 2018 at $14.96 a megawatt hour.
That's the average
Yeah.
price.
Let's just look at the average then. And then the average in 2019 was $22.10 a megawatt hour.
Yes.
Okay, that's a 47.7% increase.
I mean, I have not done the math, but it seems about correct.
Okay, and then in the next year, 2020, the price dropped by 43.7% to $12.44 a megawatt hour.
Yes, that's what the numbers say.
Then the next year, it increased by 54% to $19.17 a megawatt hour. Is that correct?
I can confirm that it's $19.17.
Then in the next year, it dropped by 12.4% to $16.78 a megawatt hour, correct?
Yes.
Then it doubled went up by 50% to $25.33 a megawatt hour. And then I'll just say the last one. Then in the last partial year, it went from $25.33 a megawatt hour to $30.34, an increase of 19.7%. Is that correct?
Again, I can't confirm the percentage, but the number is $30.34.
Okay. So over this 6 full year and 1 partial year, the average REC sales price in Kentucky was $19.78 a megawatt hour, correct?
For Kentucky-sided solar projects, not necessarily that they were sold within Kentucky.
Okay. Now, if you go down to the bottom, these are the number of, it says sum of traded in the month. This is the amount of RECs from Kentucky solar projects that were sold. That-
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how many megawatt hours Bright Mountain is expected to produce? 150,000 megawatt hours in year one?
It is in public record.
It's in.
Okay. Yes, in year one, it's expected to be about 150,000 megawatt hours.
So that would basically,
Yes, it's 150,000 megawatt hours in the first year.
okay, so that would basically double the supply of RECs in Kentucky available for sale.
I mean, this is, only shows what's traded, not necessarily what's fully available in Kentucky. There could be more, and people just aren't marketing them for sale. They're keeping them for themselves. So it's hard to say if it would more than double the amount available.
Well, Kentucky Power tends to sell all of its RECs, does it not?
To my knowledge, Kentucky Power has not had RECs yet to sell, considering the generation fleet is not renewable generation.
No, I mean, if this contract's approved, the intent is to sell all the RECs received, which would be 150,000 in year one.
Yes, the intent is to liquidate the RECs in order to buy down the price of the repo.
If you double the supply of something, what do you think that might do to the price?
So I think what the issue here is that you're looking at it on a Kentucky basis when it needs to be looked on a PJM-wide basis, which is what our forecast takes into account, because Kentucky does not have a renewable portfolio standard. However, there are multiple states within PJM that do, and these RECs are able to comply with those states' RPS requirements, and therefore those would be the states that are buying them. So it's adding to the demand that's within PJM, and the demand within PJM is relatively high, as I've pointed out in my rebuttal testimony. Not only are utilities needing these RECs, but there's also the corporate buyers that need these RECs as well to meet their sustainability goals. So there's a supply and demand issue.
Well, why would the owners of the RECs in Kentucky not want to maximize, if you're going to sell, why would they not want to maximize the value and do what you said?
That is what we're planning to do. We're planning to sell the RECs into the PJM market, and
Well, the solar in Kentucky is average $19.78 for their sales. Why would they not be selling into the same market that you intend to sell into?
so I'm not 100% sure on everything that's included in here, but there's also, you have to remember, people that might have net metering on their houses that are selling their RECs, and they might not have someone such as AEPSC has, that their full-time job is to work in the REC market, work with the brokers and and market these RECs and get the highest available price.
I'm sure actually AEP would maximize the value if this thing is approved. I'm sure of that. There's no reason not to, would there?
No.
No, okay. But at the bottom on the far right, this is the sum of retired RECs. This is what we're talking about on the PJM GATS system. These are RECs that were produced and retired so that people could take credit for the green energy.
That's correct.
Okay. And conversely, if they're sold, you could not take credit as green energy. The guy who bought it and retired it would. Is that correct?
Yes, they take entitlement to the renewable energy claim.
Thank you, Ms. Kuhn. Chair, no further questions.
My name is Bruce Giselle. I will be honest, I think 99% of the questions I have for you are asked at this point, or before we move. So I really just wanted to take a quick look just to understand, and this is no need to be confidential, but your answer to, I believe it is the exhibit to staff's question 7, or first staff search request item 7, where you talk about the sort of cost of service, total cost of service on there. And I just wanted to verify, in your rebuttal testimony, when you took a second look at the energy sale value, you started doing a peak and off-peak system. How does that analysis change what you produced in the worksheet for the energy values?
Yeah,
Do you expect them to go down, I suppose, I guess is the question.
I believe in rebuttal testimony, I quantified how much that change in net present.
Yeah, I think
Value was?
765,000, something like that?
Yes. But I also provided the full work paper that has the on-peak and off-peak analysis, if you're looking just for the energy
Okay.
portion. And that's one of the work papers in my rebuttal.
And the only reason I ask this, I just want to understand, so on like the net present value, that number is lower, because we've used that sheet a lot, we've used that initial worksheet quite a few times. It's just you expect the net present value to be lower of the energy sales than it would have been.
Yes, if you use on and off-peak pricing, yes, it's a difference of less than $765,000.
Can I ask why you didn't use the on-off peak, sort of weighted values in the original analysis?
Just based off my experience and having done this for other AEP operating companies, it doesn't make a large amount of difference over the net present value, and even on a yearly basis, it's even like smaller. So it's just kind of just the norm of what we do based off of our knowledge and the fact that 70% of it is on peak pricing. So really the only difference is if it's a holiday or like the weekend, because most of the time solar is producing when the sun is shining and it's on peak hours.
On peak hours, well, how does that work for Kentucky Power customers specifically? Because you all are a winter peaking utility, so when is your utility's peak hours?
Well, on peak hours are still defined the same as PJM from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Okay, but for Kentucky Power? Does that change at all? Like, when is Kentucky Power's winter peaking hours? Do you have an idea of when that is?
I believe it's in the morning time, however, I don't know that for sure.
Okay. You want to ask that? So, the next set of questions, again, just very fast, and it's just to just verify some things. We talked earlier, I believe, Mr. West asked Mr. Wolfram some questions about the ELCC for this. Again, I think if we go back to to Kentucky Power's responses to staff's first questions, item 3, there's an attachment there, if I can find it, where you show PJM's expected ELCC values.
Yeah, there's a multitude of
There's a
attachments.
multitude
Yep.
of those. So for fixed tilt solar, we have in what is a little 25-ish% value now for the upcoming year, but then there's a steep drop off, right?
Yes, for the planning year 2024, 2025, which we're currently in, to my knowledge, it's
Yep.
solar fixed panel is 33%. And then if you look at the next attachment for that one for 2025, 2026, fixed tilt solar goes to 9%. And to my knowledge, that's based off a methodology change at PJM for ELCC.
So to the extent that there is a capacity value, right, the 4.8 megawatts of capacity value here, that number, did you calculate that number is going to go less and less and less for PJM, or when you did your initial analysis, did you not have the updated methodology from PJM?
No, if you look in my confidential attachment, on the capacity, page, it has the first year, it's actually later than these years we're talking about.
Right, because
I-
it's 27, it's going to be the
Yeah,
first year.
so I have that price in there, and then we have the following ones from the next attachment in this discovery response that forecast it out, and then I believe we keep it constant from there, so it goes down to 3%
Right.
through the forecasted year.
Forecasted period. And that's, I think, like I said, I think most of these questions, I'll ask you as well, but I expect we'll have to ask Mr. Wolfram this. When you did this analysis for AEP, were you aware of any large industrial or commercial customer that was looking to come in specifically for ER or some sort of other renewable project? Or wanted some sort of renewable energy as a condition of landing in the service area?
I was not personally aware of any, but I'm not working with the economic development team in Kentucky on a daily basis and in talks with them as witness Wolfram might be.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that I ask everybody that we just have an idea. I think actually that might be my questions, Sharon.
Good afternoon. Someone tossed a question to you, I think it was Witness Wolfram, earlier. I asked whether the change in federal administration might cause us to suspect that the value of renewable energy credits would have gone down since this calculation was done. Do you have any way of predicting that or an opinion about that?
I don't have any way of predicting that. However, I will point out that most of the RPS, actually all of the RPS standards are set by the state government and not the federal government. So for instance, Virginia's government is the one that set up their Virginia Clean Economy Act. It's not a federal mandate.
Yeah, Kentucky doesn't have one of those.
Yeah.
Okay. In the interveners, Witness Collins' testimony, hopefully cite to you a page number. But if not, I'll give you a general concept and ask you how you would respond to that. Witness Collin opined that this contract, this REPA, does not provide incremental capacity or energy and merely substitutes and displaces other capacity and energy purchases, but at a higher price. What would you say to that? You'd be buying the energy anyway, since this isn't generation. And so you'd be buying from the PJM spot market anyway, and this is at a higher price than, it's one way to look at this REPA. What would you say to that?
I would say that we get the revenues back from this REPA as well. So anytime, so it's a hedge against those market prices. So if the prices, like last week when it was really cold, are up to $150, $200, we get that revenue back, and then obviously we're in the money then. So it's providing a hedge against those swings, and it's just that fixed price certainty of amounts. And with all the large load that's coming on in the PJM market, or is expected to, I mean, there's uncertainty around what the energy market will do as well. And so I just think having that fixed price, knowing customers have price certainty around what they're paying for.
Redirect?
Yes, thank you. A couple questions here. There was a discussion from Mr. Van Zyl about on-peak hours and off-peak hours. And he asked the question, just so we understand, on-peak versus off-peak, as far as energy pricing, that is set by PJM, correct? The timing.
Correct.
Correct. And then he asked a question about when Kentucky Power's energy peak was, and that's a different thing altogether. Is that correct? That's
Yes.
set during the company's 1 CPE coincident peak. Is that
Right.
right? And that's used in the Kentucky Power's generation planning, correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
Yeah, so it's a completely separate thing. PJM has a pricing construct for on and off peak, and the on-peak load, or the on-peak demand for Kentucky Power is a separate construct. Okay. You talked a little bit about the energy, if there was just the energy only cost, and the chair asked about the benefits of the and you talked about the benefits of the fixed price and the price certainty and the volatility. If there were no capacity benefit to this project, and if there were no rec benefit to this project, the only thing we would get back from it would be the energy value, correct?
Correct.
Correct. And that energy value based on the base case, and I will apologize for doing some on-the-fly lawyer math, but it looks like on average is about $44 or $45 over the course period. Is that course? Yeah, I'm talking about exhibit, KIEC exhibit 2. The base case energy looks like somewhere between, the 42.50 is the average. Does that make sense?
In the updated 2024 fundamentals?
Yeah.
Yes, the average is about 42.50 probably.
So the price that you're actually gonna pay for this energy is slightly higher than that, it's about $50, but with that comes the price certainty of it never being higher than 86, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Nope, I have no further questions.
Okay, Mr. West? Mr. Kurtz?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Staff? No, fine. Any reason why this witness couldn't be excused? May sit down if can be excused. And you'd like to recall Mr. Wolfram?
Yes, the company will recall Mr. Wolfram for the purpose of answering Mr. Van Seal's confidential questions.
Okay.
Okay, do a bit of housekeeping, Mr. Kurtz. Sorry, just jumped in. Proposed these exhibits. We have no objection to them being added as exhibits, they're already in the record, but, so.
Thank you, Mr. Gish.
Very good. You're still under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do we just want to do staff, or is that's okay with everybody starting in that order?
No.
We're on confidential session right now.
Oh. We need to be.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes,
Sorry.
please put us in confidential session. interveners ready to call your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor, I'll introduce Lane Collin.
Okay.
Call Lane Collin to the stand.
Mr. Collin, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and business address.
My name is Lane Cowan. My business address is J. Kennedy and Associates Incorporated, 570 Colonial Park Drive, Suite 305, Roswell, Georgia, 30075.
Welcome back to the Kentucky PSC. Different
Well, thank
courtroom
you.
than usual.
I'm very glad to be here.
Sure, Mr. West.
Thank you. Mr. Collin, can you just tell us your occupation and your involvement in this case?
Yes, I'm an economic and planning consultant and rate-making consultant. My involvement in this case was to review the proposed resource, the Bright Mountain REPA, and also to address the rate-making effects. There are certain rate-making effects that were not addressed in the company's testimony that would need to be addressed if indeed the commission adopts and approves this contract.
Did you cause direct testimony to be filed in this case?
Yes.
Do you have any additions or corrections to that testimony?
No.
Did you sponsor any responses to data requests?
I did.
If you were asked those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Is it your intention to adopt the direct testimony and those answers as your testimony in this matter?
Yes, it is.
Witnesses available for cross.
And
We have no questions for this witness.
no questions. Staff?
We have no questions for this witness.
Okay. Commissioner Stacy?
You mentioned that there were some things that weren't addressed in this.
Yes, that's correct.
Tell us what those are.
Yes, one of the things that I address in my testimony is in the event that the company, first of all, that you would approve this contract, the company is also asking for approval of the rate-making recovery of the costs of the contract through tariff PPA. And there's also a related effect in the tariff FAC, the fuel adjustment clause. And there's also another related tariff called tariff or rider RPO, and that's renewables resource option. And essentially under that proposal, the company can either sell the RECs, under the company's proposal, it can either sell the RECs into some market, or it can utilize the RECs to serve the requirements of rider RPO. That, I think I misspoke previously, but that's a renewable power option. And that tariff gives customers the option to pay extra for their service under option A by paying $5 per megawatt hour. And there's an option B where the company can directly negotiate with, let's say, an industrial customer and then provide either directly assign renewable power or provide RECs to that industrial customer at a negotiated price. And so the company, as part of its proposal in this case, said that not only would it intend to monetize the RECs in these various markets, the Virginia and the Pennsylvania markets, but it could also use the RECs to fulfill its obligations under tariff RPO. And so there are different pricing considerations associated with that. In any event, if the company uses any of the RECs to provide or meet its obligations under tariff RPO, it will get revenues from that tariff. And one of the proposals that I have is that those revenues from that tariff should be used to offset the cost of the REPA contract purchases in tariff PPA. And I don't believe that any of the company's witnesses addressed that particular aspect of my direct testimony. So that's an important consideration. So if the company utilizes the RECs to supply their customers under either option A or option B of tariff RPO, then whatever the revenues are should be used to reduce the cost of the contract recovered through tariff PPA.
So one of the things I think you're saying is that they could assign this energy directly to an industry that would come to the region.
Yes,
the
that's
service
correct.
area.
That's correct.
And then what else would that industry get?
Well, that industry would then be directly assigned the renewable power, and I don't know what type of contract would be entered into with the industrial customer. But the other thing that could happen, in addition to a direct assignment, and there are various forms that takes that I've seen throughout the country in different jurisdictions, but another form that could take is where the RECs are just simply sold to the industrial customer. So
And you
in
call
that.
a direct assignment, is that what you call that?
Yes, yes. So the renewable power would be used to serve a particular industrial customer, and I'm just using industrial customer as an example, because those are the customers that qualify under option B of tariff RPO. And the revenues that would be received from that, and that's why it's a tariff, because the customer under the option A or option B would pay the company directly for these RECs. And in a sense, it's very similar to monetizing the RECs either in Virginia or Pennsylvania. And the company's proposal with respect to monetizing the RECs with these third parties is to put that as a reduction or an offset against the cost of the REPA that is recovered through the PPA. And as I point out in my testimony, if the RECs are sold to customers, those revenues should go in as an offset in the tariff PPA, similar to if they were sold to third parties.
In your preparation of your testimony and did you look at this company and all of its assets and to see if they had ever done that before and made a direct assignment to
I don't believe they have, because they don't have renewable resources at this time. And under option A of tariff RPO, the company can acquire RECs independently of whatever it might generate or be assigned through a REPA in order to supply any customer demand for RECs. But I don't know if they've done anything of that nature yet.
Okay. Would there be a greater benefit to a company if they had this direct assignment?
It would depend on.
Versus
Yeah.
going out on the market and buying this somewhere?
Yeah, I don't know. Presumably, they would pick the highest of the two options. You know, if they had an option with selling to a customer, and, you know, selling RECs to a residential customer for $5 per megawatt hour is pretty low. If you could sell it for $25 in Virginia or Pennsylvania, of course you would do that. And there is a caveat in tariff, in that rider RPO for option A that says if they're available. So I don't know that the company would buy RECs, you know, in some market like Virginia or Pennsylvania for $20 and then sell them to residential customers for $5.
In your opinion, would there be some kind of a benefit to a potential company that would locate in a service area? Would there be an incentive to investors in that company that was going to locate in the region for them to locate there and take that energy directly from this source?
It could be, the advantage would be in the structure of the contract and the pricing. For example, in Louisiana, they have various green tariffs, and an industrial customer can acquire certain amounts of power, green power, by paying a premium over the standard rate. And included in that then would be the RECs, the environmental attributes of that power. And then the industrial customer could retire that REC and get credit for that environmental product. And, it basically depends on a cost-benefit analysis performed by that industrial customer as to whether or not that makes sense.
But you don't know of any, necessarily any incentive for an investor to take this energy, this green energy, and use it for this versus just going on the market and buying it.
Yeah, I think if you could arbitrage it, buy it low, sell it higher, there would be an incentive to do that. Or if you could use it to, in lieu of another option to acquire your environmental attributes.
What does that mean?
Well, the different ESG goals that corporations have, for example, that they'll be net zero by 2030 in terms of carbon emissions. So many of these companies are focused in on reducing their so-called carbon footprint, and they have corporate goals to achieve that. And so they, system-wide, would need to acquire environmental attributes, whether they have power, renewable power directly assigned to them, whether they generate it themselves and have a direct contract with a third party, or whether they buy RECs in some other form.
Would you think that a potential investor would think this is more of a more direct or straightforward or honest way to buy this energy or just buy the credit?
I don't know. Each corporation and maybe each facility has its own goals, and would have to look at the packages available to them.
Right.
So.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Reagan?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I am looking at your testimony, and wonder if you can give me just a general overview. And I'm on page 7, lines 1 through 3, where you talk about AEP's methodology inherently overstates estimates of energy revenues and understates the estimates of the losses each year of the 15-year contract. Is that just based on the net present value, or are there other factors that you testified that way?
Yeah. What I was referring there to specifically there was the on-peak, off-peak pricing.
Okay.
And that if you look at the bottom of page 6, I refer to Ms. Welburn's testimony, failed to consider a range of energy prices or to differentiate the energy prices on an hourly basis. Instead, using only AEP's fundamental forecast of on-peak energy prices. So essentially, by limiting the calculation of the value of selling the energy into the PJM energy markets, they've overstated that value by using only on-peak prices. If you have a constant on the megawatt hours, but use on-peak energy prices, you get a higher energy value than you would actually experience by selling that power into the PJM energy markets, both on-peak and off-peak.
Okay.
And so basically what that does by using on-peak pricing is that it overstates the energy value and then understates AEP's estimates of the losses. Because if you just look at what they're paying $83.68 for every kilowatt hour, every megawatt hour that they're buying, and it's a must-take contract. Whatever that facility produces, they have to take it and they have to pay that price. And then they're selling it into PJM, let's say at $40 a megawatt hour. There's an inherent loss in there. So you're buying high, selling low, and then the capacity value is very little, so there's very little offset or savings there. So the whole economics of this really swings on the margin on the value of the RECs. But, to circle back to your specific question, that's why the losses on these sales, every hour they're losing money.
Right.
Buying high, selling low. And then the question is whether it's made up in the value of the RECs, which is very uncertain in our assessment.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Collins? You have stated your opinion in your testimony that the PSC should reject this contract, that it's not in the public interest, and that it's the wrong resource at the wrong time. What do you mean by that?
Well, first of all, it's too small to really make any difference in the capacity
And
value.
I was going to, go ahead and answer that question.
Okay. And the second thing is that it's leading the big issue. In other words, it's preemptively trying to, and making the argument that this is necessary to meet some kind of capacity need and energy need, whereas they haven't resolved the bigger issue of how do you fill the capacity hole, particularly in the absence of Mitchell, if that actually happens, and the energy coming out of Mitchell and other sources. And this seems to be, you know, the tail wagging the dog. You know, you start out with something that should be a follow-on, because you really have to view this in the perspective of the bigger picture. They need more capacity, a lot of it, if they don't have Mitchell, starting in 2028. And this doesn't really get them there, and it's a very high cost, and we think of uncertain value. And we think it's a negative value based upon the company's base economic analysis. So why would you enter into this contract, particularly at this time, with this resource? And, you know, the company argues, well, it's fuel diversity, and there are other arguments as well. But we think that economics should lead the issue, but you have to look at it in terms of the broader picture. How do you fill the capacity hole?
So they'll be capacity short by everyone's estimate by next year, by 2026.
That's according to their forecast, I think 27, or maybe 26, yes, somewhat in 26, and then more in 27 and more in 28, if in fact Mitchell isn't resolved.
Right. But if this is too small to make any difference, why not just go ahead and have at least a little bit of
Yeah.
diversified resource that would be a bit of a hedge? Like, why does it hurt to do it?
Well, let's use, for example, let's just say a hypothetical unit, thermal unit, might be, let's say, 1,000 megawatts, right? That's more than what the company needs by 2028, but that's the resource available, and it's being offered to the company. Again, hypothetical. So if you only need 800, but now you've got a 1,000 megawatt resource because that's what's available and that's what you're negotiating on, then why on earth would you lead that with a 4.8 megawatt equivalent renewable resource that isn't economic? It just doesn't make sense. Address the big picture first, and then see if there's still a need for the smaller issue.
So they said that they're still analyzing other projects in this RFP. That sounds like they intend to do others. Does it matter which one they do first?
Yes, I think it does, because it's the larger asset, the larger resource that's going to overwhelm and determine the need as to whether or not a smaller resource is necessary. So, since it doesn't really affect much the company's capacity situation, why would you start out with that and then add, under my hypothetical example, 1,000 megawatts, and now you have 1,004.8 megawatts, when you really don't need the 4.8 megawatts? Why would you lead with that? Why wouldn't you just first take care of the big picture and then determine whether or not it made sense to move forward with a smaller resource?
So to the best of your ability to predict, you feel like these purchases would be sold into the PJM spot market at a loss?
Yeah, well, that's the company's forecast under every stretch of the every sensitivity.
And I
It's
was
sold
going
into
to
a
say,
loss.
is it possible that we're wrong about that? Are we certain that they'd be sold at a loss?
Well, unless the PJM spot markets, the energy markets, go up over $83.68, you know, then it's going to be sold at a loss.
Okay, and so that 83.68 fixed price doesn't
Yes.
change over 15 years?
It doesn't, right?
In general, we want long-term contracts at fixed prices because we expect that they'll go up.
Right, right.
You don't think that it's likely they'll go up above 83.68 in 15 years?
Well, AEP has, they're forecasters, and they have this fundamental forecast, and they show the trajectory of what they think the average hourly PJM market prices will be on peak, and I think we have on peak. I'm not certain if we have off-peak or not. I think the company did not provide the off-peak. But in any event, we have the AEP fundamentals forecast, and it does not go over 83.68, I don't believe, in any year, so.
Did you do any analysis of what, like if 83.68 is too high, what would be the break-even rate? Do you have an idea?
Well, we can back calculate that. We can also back calculate the value of the RECs that would be required to, break even on the contract. And one of the things that we had thought about, well, if AEP is so certain about their REC forecast, then how about they put their mouth where their money is and just stand up and say, okay, we'll value the RECs at this level, and then that way, the contract will break even, and then it makes sense to move forward with it.
How much effort would it take for you to do that math to see what you think the break-even cost per megawatt hour should be?
Yeah, I haven't done it, but I don't think it would be difficult to do it. We could do it on a break-even energy price, and we could do it on a break-even REC price,
It
but.
wouldn't cost your client a whole lot of money then if we
No,
just
I
did
don't
it
think so,
like
I
that.
don't think so. But, the REC price, I think, is the most uncertain component of the entire analysis. The energy price, it's got a longer-term trajectory of increasing, okay, that's fair enough. But the REC prices, as Ms. Welborn points out in her testimony, and this happened with the SO2 and the NOx allowances, they were high cost, had a high market value in the early years when they began, when the markets were organized, and then they declined over time, and essentially now they're worth very little. And we would expect the same thing to happen with RECs. I can't prove that because it's an assumption about the future, but it's based upon informed analysis of history with what happened with the valuation of allowances.
Yeah. So I won't say the amount that was spent developing and executing this contract, because I don't remember whether that's confidential, but there was some money spent developing this.
Right.
I'm trying to figure out if this could be salvaged, if there's a way that this could work.
Well, I think if AEP is willing to guarantee it, that it's economic, and there's two ways of doing it, you can either do it through the RECs or you can do it through the energy pricing, but the energy pricing is controlled by the market. The RECs, there's a lot of vagaries there, very uncertain. We think that the value will decline over time as more and more renewable resources enter the market, and there's less and less demand for those RECs. I mean, that's just based upon the history, the allowance history. But if AEP is so certain about their forecast, put their money where their mouth is, and it could be salvaged to break even.
How would you?
At least break even.
What would a guarantee look like?
There's a deficiency right now that results in a cost, and to this contract over the 15-year term. And, the commission or, our firm or the company could figure out what the break-even point is on the RECs. And if AEP is willing to stand behind that, then, it would be a break-even proposition.
Okay, and then, let's see, I think it was around page 11 of your testimony. You were talking about the proposed method for how to deal with the avoided capacity costs through the tariffs. What do you think is the proper method for that?
Well, I think that the company responded to that to some extent in its testimony. I believe the testimony of witness Kuhn, but basically that to the extent that capacity costs are recovered right now through tariff PPA, and the capacity costs that are being incurred right now would be displaced by the capacity value of this contract, that could be addressed in tariff PPA. I just wanted to make sure that if there was anything in base rates that wouldn't normally be captured then in tariff PPA that was avoided, then that should be picked up in tariff PPA. So, and I don't think they disagree with that, but I think they just simply said there was nothing in base rates, if I recall correctly.
Okay. All right, I think that's all the questions I have. Yeah, Mr. Stacy?
Let's assume that, just for some reason, that Kentucky Power just wants to create some green energy, or they want to sell some green energy through the mechanism that we're talking about here.
Right.
And then you're saying that the real big problem is they really haven't addressed their capacity issue going forward, correct?
That's right, yeah, the big picture.
Okay. How would you suggest that if you were running Kentucky Power for about 45 seconds here,
Okay, all right.
and you wanted to sell some green energy, or if you had a company that wanted to locate in their region, and you wanted that for this economic development project, what would you do to without scrapping what has been proposed here, to address that energy capacity issue that you described?
Well, one thing that could be done is that we could offer, a subscription program basically to customers whereby they pay a premium to the normal rate to get the green energy. In other words, they could essentially take this green energy and allocate it to those customers who raised their hand and said, I'll pay more. And if there's actually a market for it, then, that would be an appropriate way to address the green energy issue.
Can I say what else now?
Yes, you can, of course. But they have an option B under tariff RPO, where they can negotiate with industrial customers already. And if there are industrial customers that want green energy, and the company could source that from a third party, they could, they could acquire RECs or whatever they wanted to do and then price that accordingly. They have a lot of pricing flexibility already under that tariff.
Is there not some way that they could acquire or create some other energy in the gas or coal in the region and fill in their shortage?
I hadn't really thought about that, quite frankly. I don't know the answer.
But it's maybe possible.
I think it's possible, yes.
So then they could do this project basically, and then add a source of energy that would address their capacity issues and do both of these things maybe. Is that true?
Well, I think that's true, but, the economics remain an issue. And if the economics are such that the project breaks even, at least, in other words, it's at least not harmful to all of the customers of the company, then maybe that's a path forward.
Okay.
I have a follow-up, actually, if you're done.
Go ahead.
Are you familiar enough with the customers of Kentucky Power Service Region to know whether they have the type of customers who'd be likely to want to do one of those green energy subscription services?
Well, I understand.
And this isn't
that.
Louisville.
Yeah.
There aren't a
Yeah.
lot of huge clients?
Right, right. I
Currently.
understand that Kentucky Power Service Territory is very heavily residential and not a lot of heavy industry. And that, you know, I don't know what the demand for green energy is. I think we asked for that information in Discovery, but they didn't provide it to us, you know, because you would know that by the number of customers who wanted to purchase RECs under option A of tariff RPO, or any industrials that wanted to purchase green energy basically, or RECs under option B. And I think we asked for that information, but the company declined to provide it. So
But your proposition is that all of the customers shouldn't be made to pay more for their energy, even though it's a small amount here.
Yes.
But that this might make sense that they had some customers that wanted to voluntarily do that under that
That's right.
option in the tariff.
Yeah, and in Louisiana, and to use that as an example again, there are some industrial customers, they have a subscription program for solar resources, basically. And the industrial customers have to cover the cost of those resources, even if it's uneconomic. You know, like in this case, if all of that green energy was available to industrials and the company remained at risk for it, but could resell it to their industrials at a premium cost, or their other customers for that matter as well, then all customers would not be at risk or harmed.
Yeah.
And only those who really wanted to have those resources and the environmental attributes could pay extra for them if
Yeah.
they chose to do that. So
I don't know how
think that's
feasible it
fair.
is into this customer base, but I think of it sort of as, you know, the whole country is complaining about what we're paying for eggs, but there are still customers who will voluntarily pay for organic pasture-raised eggs.
Of course, yes. It's the same thing here. Some people are just willing to pay more. Some customers are willing to pay more. So,
Yeah, sure.
Just as a follow-up, in the Louisiana example, though, you have industrial.
high industrial demand for
industrial,
the
right?
environmental attributes, yes, because they have ESG goals.
So if you didn't have the high industrial,
Right.
then it probably wouldn't be feasible? Or it would be very
Yeah.
expensive?
Well, it would be more expensive. It would be an adder to
Adder,
their standard
okay.
rates. So,
Or if Kentucky had green energy requirements.
right, if there
For-
was an
for
RPS
its-
standard, yes, that's correct, yes.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. Follow-ups? Redirect?
Yes, if you don't mind,
Sure.
we had not had planned to ask questions, but here we are. You mentioned the rebuttal testimony of Company Witness Kuhn, right?
Yes,
Did you read it?
yes, I did.
Okay, can you turn to page 10? Do you have it handy?
I'm not sure that I do.
I can provide you with a copy of page 10, but I
Okay.
only have this one copy, I apologize.
Okay.
Okay, you testified earlier that Kentucky Power didn't discuss the option of using tariff RPO as a vehicle to monetize the RECs under this agreement, is that right?
No.
You testified,
no.
Mr. Stacy asked what was missing, and you said the reference to tariff
No,
RPO.
no, your question is incorrect. What I did was I addressed in my direct testimony, and what I responded to Commissioner Stacy, was that there was no testimony with respect to the revenues recovered from customers under option A or under option B, and my recommendation that those revenues, in lieu of third-party revenues from the sale of RECs, be used as an offset within tariff PPA. No rebuttal witness from Kentucky Power addressed that issue.
The
How
company
do you
agrees, Mr.
handle
Collin,
the
that the avoided
revenues?
capacity and REC revenue, regardless of where it comes from, should be flowed through tariff PPA. Is
That's
that right?
correct,
Okay.
yes.
And you also testified that none of the sensitivity analysis showed that the costs of the projects were, that the offset revenues exceeded the cost of the project, is that right? Remember that?
No, I think I said every year in the base analysis showed a loss, and I'm referring to the original company analysis. In other words, you bought high, sold low in every one of the 15 years in the company's original analysis.
Okay.
Lost money.
But you're
every
familiar
year.
with table NMC R1, is that right?
Yes.
And that sensitivity analysis shows that in 4 of the situations, the revenues from the offsets exceed the cost, is that right?
That is a comprehensive analysis and includes the value of the RECs as well.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what I was referring to was the purchase of the energy at 83.68 per megawatt hour and selling it at roughly half that price.
And you testified about this hypothetical 1,000 megawatt thermal project, right?
Yes.
And that assumes that the ELCC of the hypothetical thermal project is 100%, is that right, your testimony?
I don't think it really makes much difference that, whether it's 100% or 93% or what.
But that would make a difference of what its actual UCAP would be.
Well, it's
correct?
true. Other than that, yes, it doesn't make any difference, other than that,
Yeah.
yes.
And then you testified that an option here would be that the commission set a guarantee for the rec price in the agreement?
Or make whole, basically, yes.
Yeah. Are you aware of any other solar agreements that the commission has agreed to where such a provision is, in this state, where such a provision has been included?
I am not aware of anything of that nature. I was asked the question, how could this work? And I gave a potential solution to that.
Yeah. But that there are other repos that have been approved that are solar projects don't include this, indicates that they weren't, correct?
Well, I haven't analyzed the other repos, whether or not there are any that have been approved or not. I was just asked if there was some way to make this one work. And I said one option is to essentially ensure that it would at least break even. And it would be economically not harmful to customers.
And this repo provides approximately 3% of the company's energy requirements, is that correct?
It displaces other purchases.
Right, but it's 3% of the projects, right?
Right, so the other purchases that provide about 3% of the company's energy right now would be just replaced by purchases from this REPA.
Right.
But it
And-
doesn't change the total amount of energy that is purchased.
Fair enough, but it does replace the energy that is purchased without any price cap, correct?
I would view it as a price cap that is detrimental based upon the company's own analysis. It's a net loser on the energy purchases. You're buying high at 83.68 and you're selling at roughly half of that. Then the question is, and that's based upon your forecasts, then the question is whether the RECs have sufficient value to fill that gap. And under the company's analysis, they do not. And I think that the company's analysis, if anything, is extremely optimistic.
But there's no protection in their current Winter Storm Uri, or not Winter Storm Uri, or just Winter Storm Elliott happens again. Winter Storm Uri is the Texas one, sorry. Winter Storm Elliott happens again. There's in these generation, I'm sorry, the energy we purchased under this art repo would be at $83.68, not $3,000, right?
Well, there's no,
Is that right?
I don't know. I think that's an exception to the normal circumstances here. And I don't know what other energy would be available. For example, I've made the argument that you've got a small resource leading the need for a larger resource. And I don't think that it's appropriate to do it that way. I think it's more appropriate to take on the large resource first and then determine if there's a reason and a rationale, justification for going after a 4.8 megawatt accredited capacity resource. I think you've got the dog or the cart before the horse here.
I think we already have different dogs and carts here, but but just so we're clear, if energy prices in the market are $3,000 or $150 or $90, the company's purchases under this repo would protect that, whatever small amount that is, that 150,000 megawatt, whatever it is in that period, would be at $83.68 and not $3,000.
I understand that.
Okay,
And
yes.
if the market was $12 per megawatt hour, then it would increase the loss by buying at the 83.68. It's a two-edged sword, you know, in terms of the fixed price.
No further questions.
Anything further?
I do not have any.
Any reason why we couldn't allow Mr. Cullen to go catch his plane?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may be excused, sir. Need a little break? Yes. All
Should we
right.
call our witness, Your Honor?
Let's have a 10-minute break.
You are on the record, Chairman.
Okay, interveners, call your next witness, please.
Chairman, Leah Wellborn.
Hello. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and business address.
Leah Wellborn, 570 Colonial Park Drive, Suite 305, Roswell, Georgia, 30075.
Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Wellborn, do you have in front of you direct testimony and exhibits of Leah Wellborn?
I do.
Was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
It was.
If I were to ask you the same questions as those contained herein, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Any corrections or additions?
No.
Any corrections or additions to your data responses?
No.
Your Honor, I tender the witness for cross.
Applicant.
Yeah, just a few. Ms. Wellborn, can you turn to the last page of your testimony, page 13?
Yes.
Hi, welcome to Kentucky. I know it's your first time here, testimony.
Thank
Sorry.
you. Good to be here.
That's fine. Your last statement there says, I conclude the REPA is uneconomic and 10 of the 12 sensitivity cases, which, including the company's case, results of a net cost of approximately $15 million net present value. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you say uneconomic, you mean that it just costs money, right? There's a net
exceeds
cost of the project, right?
The net cost.
Okay. And so is no net cost the standard for certificates of public convenience and necessity in the Commonwealth of Kentucky?
I don't think it's the standard. I think it's an important consideration.
The standard is lowest reasonable cost?
I'm not aware of the specific standard. I'm just focused on what the economics were.
No further questions.
Okay.
Just a couple of questions. So there's been some discussion around how Kentucky Power is basically basing its energy prices, whether it's the on-peak forecast versus the 7-day forecast. And based on your testimony, it's your position they should be using the 7-day forecast as opposed to the on-peak. Can you just elaborate on that and explain why?
Sure. I mean, in the ideal world, you would get the most accurate forecast you can, which could include hourly or a monthly value. So the company's analysis just used the annual on-peak value, even though the project is expected to operate in both on and off-peak periods. So it's really just there was an additional level of accuracy available that they didn't use. And so I do think it would have been more accurate to include it.
Okay. And then in your sensitivity analysis, you use energy prices 20% lower than Kentucky Power's 2023 fundamentals, equal to those fundamentals, and then 20% higher. And then you also use scenarios of REC pricing of $0 per megawatt hour, $5 per megawatt hour, Kentucky Power's 2023 forecast, and the Virginia Alternative Compliance Payment Curve. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Those are, okay. How did you select that 20% below and 20% above, or how did you make that determination for that?
I wanted to capture some level of uncertainty. I won't say that the 20% was based on a specific level of uncertainty. I think the updated 2024 fundamentals that we got in the rebuttal showed variability outside of that 20%. So I think 20% was a conservative sort of upper bound, lower bound assumption to start with, just to demonstrate that that energy value isn't static. It isn't a fixed, known market price, as I think we've discussed also today.
Oh, yes. And then just one more. So you use $0 per megawatt hour as the lowest estimate for the REC price. I just wanted to ask you, like, how likely is that outcome in your opinion?
I don't think I have a specific likelihood assignment to it. I think it's a good bound case to see in a sensitivity analysis. I've seen other economic analysis where the REC value is sort of an upside risk, right? So you kind of start the analysis assuming a 0 REC value, and then you sort of add on to that what it could monetize at. So it's not that I'm trying to assign that it's specifically more reasonable, but it is a bound case that I think is important to see.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I had. Sure.
Any questions?
Okay. Commissioner Regan.
No, you just explained what I was gonna ask, thank you.
I have one. Just a second. There's one that's sort of tossed to you. Mhm. Actually, I think mine got answered as well, so that's it. Redirect.
No redirect.
All right, any reason why this witness couldn't be excused? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have 3 exhibits. That's the conclusion of your case, right?
Yes, Your Honor, I move the admission of KIEC exhibits 1, 2, and 3, the first 2 of which are confidential.
Any other exhibits I'm forgetting besides KIEC's 3? Any reason why Mr. Wolfram couldn't be excused? All right.
Excuse me.
And were you about to say something else?
No, I was not.
Okay.
I was just trying to be able to speak.
Okay.
individually. My apologies.
All right. Any motions at this time? Staff, how long do you believe you would need to get DRs out, if any?
To get DOs out, we could do a, excuse me, request for information by January 31st, 2025. I think there's just a few items identified by Commissioner.
Friday.
That's Friday, yes.
Yeah, okay.
We can do that.
How long would the parties like to respond? February 14th?
I guess
Would that-
that would be sufficient, yes.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
February 14th.
That would be fine, thank
well,
you.
Valentine,
Yes.
a love letter? Okay.
Our gift to the commission.
And our final orders due March 25th. Simultaneous briefs, should you want to submit them by February 21st? Any objection to that?
Works.
Simultaneous responses, if any, February 28th?
That works.
Okay. And then again, our final order will be due March 25th. Okay. Anything else we need to take up before we all adjourn?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, everyone. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.